I was thinking there's these people I know at a Renaissance fair and they make a product. They got this, it's a coffee mug, but it has a pipe on it that wraps around as a bowl so you could hit the bowl if you drink your coffee. It's called the Wake and Bake or something like that. So yeah, that'd be great. Just advertise different people's products and what they create and make and be like, psh, some great stuff. Use it myself. Make it to blessings a little bit earlier than 5:30 today. Maybe, maybe not. Yesterday, we wound up cutting out a little bit early. I wound up going back live again, and I don't know why it cut out, but thought that was interesting that happened. But if it does cut out live early for any reason, I'll jump back on. I did stay live till close to 11, so a little bit over an hour extra. I hope you've had a good day, a good night. I know that tonight is the from last night, this morning, this moment, uh, starting the new moon. So that's some good energy coming in and all that kind of stuff. Um, I've noticed that when there are celestial events or alignments, that my body gets into attunement and generally, quite often speaking, what I need to know winds up coming to me, and otherwise, I'm feeling it right on the point and living with the new moon, new energy, no light in the sky. If you ask me, as far as communication and telepathy go, light slows things down. It's interesting in water, with water being exposed to light, it kills the molecules, it kills the life in it. Like if you've done any healthy work to the water, the light itself will remove that extra goodness in the water. And that's why you shield your water from light and all that sort of stuff. So the new moon is a really good place for extra smooth communication. So yeah, we're going to get to our gym a little bit earlier than normal today. And in the preceding days, we may get on earlier and earlier, see how things flow. Good morning, Ashley. Oh, very welcome, user. Oh, the beep, it was like blue, blue, blue. That was my TV. I was turning that off. That's pretty awesome, little bro. Yeah, that would be about almost midday, if I'm not mistaken, for you about your time or whatnot. At that point, maybe a little late morning or something, a little early than normal to go to bed. That's for sure. But I find in our um, in all of our connections and workings, little bro, that it's interesting. Like we're so connected that something happens and you physically, you're there, man. You're like, I remember we go over certain lessons or whatever, jams or whatever the case, and you're like, I gotta go take a shower, and you could go on and do, and I've been through ceremonies, I've been through things on the spiritual path, and it's like I gotta go fucking take a shower. Like that old energy is out. It's time to get that shit off. If everything's been done, time to get it off. I can go to bed in any state, okay? I can't really can't. You have a big old blasting speaker next to me, boom, boom, boom. If that's all I got, shit, I'll go to sleep right next to it. I'll get used to it. But if I have a choice, man, I do not like going to bed feeling like I got sweat on me, feeling it. I'll take a cold shower if I have to and feel smooth for the sleep. That's just me though. But I think that's a heavy connection with the past day and going into the astral realm, not wanting to take that stuff, washing it off, being done with it. Talked about being clean yesterday. And there are aspects, man. Fucking, I'll go a month and I won't wash my face. I might wipe my forehead down, but that's just the track. That's the journey, that moment. And other times, I'll every single ounce in the shower, morning and night. Shoot. Sometimes 3 times a day if I could fit it in. But those were years past. It's always changing, it's always fluctuating with the environment, with what's going on. And with the new moon energy, I really feel an extra sense of, an extra surge of energy. Anyways, yeah, yeah, same, same. Spent a decent amount of time this morning stretching. Well, I won't say a decent amount, but I stretched a little bit this morning. I tell you what, the saying, if you want something done correctly, do it yourself. You know, it's fun when you get to do it yourself. You ain't got nobody telling you what to do. Because it's your plan. And once, in my thinking, in my mentality, I utilize sword work. You know, I got my sword here. And I've mentioned this before and I'll mention it again. But there's something called fainting and essentially you're striking an area. But the attack was not actually legit. I wasn't actually striking. I was not planning on my sword making contact and scoring the win there. So as soon as the other person committed, as soon as their body moved, they went with their force and their effort and they went to block and they were concerned over here. I had another plan in mind. My footwork changes, and all of a sudden, my sword's at the back of their neck instantly. They can't turn around fast enough to get there. And if they do, if by chance, by golly, somehow they're a master and they pop up a block, I got a plan for after that. And if somehow they beat that one, I got a plan for after that. It's called a strategy. And said plan one after another. If that fails, I'm moving to this. If this fails, I'm moving to this. If that goes, I'm going to pivot to this. If that's going stale, I'm going to pivot over here. Having options, have a plan of action within the self, whether it be written down, whether it be within the mind, whether it just be however one goes about to seeing their ideas through. Everybody uses different formats to be able to execute their plans, to be able to write down, to document and keep up with what they want to do in life. And that's the thing. People in life don't have a plan. There's no plan. They just like bumbling and they're like, oh, well, that's the next big thing. Let me go that way. And so everybody's just following each other because nobody has a fucking plan in this world. The only plan is, okay, get enough money, get the house, get this, get that. That's you just playing by everybody's fucking monopoly rules, right? And that's where I take that fainting, that strategy from one to another, to another, to another, to another, if I needed to. And so then that plan allows me to continually move forward with what I want to do in life, with what I decided my life matters for. And that's for each one to decide and find for themselves. Many people are capable of letting you know what your specialty is. But hey, if we're not in the right mind frame, if we're not in the right heart space, if it's not the correct relationship, friend, whatever, if the right energy is not happening, and that communication doesn't come across, we don't hear what they're actually telling us. So, and all that much love and blessings. What we're about to go over is blessings in a multitude of languages, and if you want the most out of it, all you got to do is close your eyes. And if you don't want to close your eyes and you just want to watch and listen, that's cool too. But I am not just mumbling words. I'm not speaking tongues as the construct would go. These are actual languages. These are legitimate blessings. And I'm ever improving. This is a journey that I've been on for a multitude of years. This is not something I'm just doing because I'm online or live or something like that. I've been doing this for three solid years. I want to say 6, but 3 solid years before I started going live on the regular and all of that. I have a lot of videos going back documenting all the times I was going over some mantras. I was wanting to share those, keep those on record. And anyways, and much love. circle now we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know, and with the mighty one shall show a guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee, preserve contain it in thy sphere, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated these who may our circle blessed be, sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth, sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh, sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four as one, earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call thee, loving lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bows and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of wind vile. Fight the blight, this be dark and night in our right. Zikia compasiana compasi, dingetia compasi, dingetana compa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Zikia compasiana. Reno zisekio e was amputura de het hirusha and zusirukai got kutijeni was maha pratu give us the tolls I get to do with the shakins and asaramen. Un Bashermatayas Wakum Bashamanatayas Varn Dunanida Nuraranina Dunanina no Narndum among Shanshin Strong on Ishrain Tarias Wakum Shanaya and Trayas Vaha Ewu Engon Prabibon Unjitara Patanos Wakum Chartri Rashi Atraji Varanas Vaha Ruda King on the Nipon Shong Kring Krong, Hong Shong Shing Strong, on Hayaba Sherman Hayas Wakum, Hayaba Shaman Trias, Bahaza, Kring on Kong Krong, Onamakusana, Dan Kanum, Namahasamanta Vasharam Ham, who hay her Rodo Kring on Kong Krong. Nanganai Maria Suwako Manaya Yarmayas Wahi Wawi Shreng on Konging on Hino Kishir Hapatai Suwakum Jorti each and Dogi Jivatis Baha Nunaninu Nunanina Kring on Pumping Prong on Shirichi Barhayas Wakum Shijai Baratayas Baha Hung Cranking Grong. On Rapashanos, Wako Manakarti, Buba Biba Boo, Bear, Bork, Bear, Mark, Bork, Bokabu, Bear, Ongamin, Reno, Sisakio, was on Puto, I had Ketusha, and Zusirukai, Gorkuti, Jenny was more, Hatoratu, give us at tolls, I did do with the Jugans and a Saraman. Parashukushu Baru, Kilmarka Balmabu, Lalabo, Pogugena, Rabobolo, Golano, Pareku, Sharobak, Stanabala, Saruba, Preku, Belulu, Moshanebo, Poluni, you can content Belulu, Google, Egarpedishu, Gilagabolo, Gilma, Marshall, Gurusulum, Baba, Babo, Maruka, Ragaziku, Gigi, Montanfranado, Pakalamuzi, Kinigi, Lano, Sashu, Mashanana, Sarunim, Barmaratu, Sisi, Mashinana, Aruna, Ramangi, Dugu, Rataki, Lugu, Sidur, Kinman, Kaikolesi, Korneni, Gonaveru, Dedicated Gatti, Namtelaku, Panakuku, Kutuku, Kakumashkarsana, Zagari, Mashti, Shadu, Malaba, Lugo, Dorma, Corbo, Marutuku, Rakurius, Sarulu, Barmaskin, Tutu, Dediku, Lugo, Damakia, Baruku, Nadalu, Guadamakia, Banoropishu, Saruli, Muna, Banatatu, Zarema, Shakaranu, Zulumona, Darabo, Gibil, Balin, Taramadu, Dagatuku, Mash, Moshli, Sori, Mashano, Gorso, Kore, Masharoso, Sierra, Patiku, Babara, Suzukanpa, Lugalab, the Borak, Boy, Arkingu, Badari, Moaru, Kakuramu, Ninuam, Gashi. We are also know for whom is found perfect before the Nathanumet of Kamil Shenyu. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed into regeneration unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even Esau Nofris, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanumet coming out Shinyu. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purifier We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconcilier with the eternal Nathanum Devakami El Shinyu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious all sword over his enemies, on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hooty, thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Avarni too. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Arus, with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinemetonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. All Saturnophis will confirm. Lady Olsed and Nebosar Abi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight. Arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikimli nuj kerila staksore tu martikuli turni ishli bi alor meshir ken meshish arilu sayansi yamila orabu turmu kirsha ise ariega biasha jilika tu pirata ka isaya oriega limu tukunu kima kutri tili shami ina zumria ina zumria riega ina zumria biasha ina zumria zilika ina zumria tu pira ina zumria laka ina zumria tatara ina zumria tateksi ina zumria karuba ina zumria tasanika nish mash kaptulu tamtunu nish and kibel gimri lu tamtunu nish mashtu mashalani lu tamtunu nish ishbar kamikunu lu tamtunu ina zumria lu taprasama ya artuna en ibar neni ba perik Bagabaez, Agabaez, Baba, Agabor, Agabor, Bagabaez, Agabaez, Baperik, Agabor, Bagabaez, Baperik, Benanib, Bayadunani, ya, Korbor, ya, Erin by Gora, Erin by Gora, Eki, Yakaki, Azagduti, Eki, Azoruki, Kutulu, ya. Om Shrim Hrim Vajravarukani Hrim Vatsvaha. 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 Om Krim Shrim Hrim Vajravarukani Hrim Vatsvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarukani Hrim Vatsvaha. Om Shrim Hrim Vajravarukani Hrim Vatsvaha. And Ushubam Gigapsuki Sharika Godash Romara Yading Guru Klamas Nikurin Karnina Guru Nexarin Kukayasha Mur Kutu Ziana Kampaziki Kampakalu Parana Tapara Shakbaraki Gimbara Lorbara Maskimbara Rutupara Ilpabara Latupara Lasubara Korubara Urukubara Kolorbara Legutubora Utusulatin Nazul Adazulatin Nazu Gim Sulatin Nazu Mula Sulatin Nazu Dinge Sulatin Nazu Maskim Sulatin Nazu Paraetin Nazu Sigana Kampasi Kia Kampa Munisiki Agbara Nagisha Shorikishnu or Masha Zigara Baraye Zigara Shubarai Sarshar Maziga Namsa Yendori Sharki Urku Barning Dianum Dea Sarasavito, son of Manelia Party, Nadiana Saji Shiri Sana Sani Vista Kiro Parmacolo Kuro Van Kareti Hariki Haran Maya Vaputor Sanka Namaskaran Mantra, Hrometra Yartama Him Robari Kanama Suya Yartama Hrim Panave Nama, Ham Kagarikanama Rapusne Nama Home Rang Borharianama Hrim Mari Karikanama, Hrum Marika Yanama Hrim Savit Nama Home Karianama, Rabaskara Nama. Hum Hrim sorry for sorry Yan Maha Pala Shaya Yasas Namaskara and Yakurvata Dine Dene Oppression Bala Viram Tejas Tesam Kajayarte Om krang kring kong kring monkeru so so kong kring bong. Shamashka kapaia kashaftia episha mushta pishtia kimati norku to shuru rimli shuru li shurbu ila tuku epita shunu kima menartu inati kili tu shunu mutuma nakulu blui shunu lini shurma nakulu urtin Shunuli Kishmanaku Lutari, Ramashaluti Shashkasharti Sharoshi Arapushu Shurpi Orti Shurpuyu Siringar Koko Shabakam Pabang, Ibigera Gibilkashu Money and Dudu Station Rani Oliana Mariarki, Ispari Yazi Yazi Ringer Gera Kampa and Kimoru Korsanito Shabu Banana Sutorina, Hai, Ispar Bagi Bil Bagarab, Siaga Kampaka Kamandu, Shariulim Kunushi Shariuli Rakoboshi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Terkunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Katin Kunushi Shariu Danile Kunulin Kutina Sumri Yalu Sama Agama Saratu Isma Sarati Sharmoshili Chururu Shishalim Nutri Anima Elani Rabuti Shimaya Barati Dina Dina Lati Lindalsi Kumushi Elani Mushiti Yamasarati Masarati Bites Masaratu It's Masaratu Wagamasaratu Yamasaratu Yara rewarding Shumashkori Yamasaratu Zikia Kampapagalo Monetki Gashatapara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Klim Snarper Namahom Sam Kumberari Yartam how to Mutav Kubera Debakar Hoda Prompuri Vitatu Bumi Devia Metan to Mutav Nok Sekero Maria Kina Netep Saran Tari Nekev Sukorie Teret Sepsan Marsirio Tuksu Torata Taisara Homi Sanar Yatamha Om Yamin Yatam Hakopistro and Rom Teja Sakto Agnaya Metan Kopstrom Nok Sekis of Tanarm Saxoik Kentak Suik Sakakartek Ananeka Bek Tang Nankor Ser Saruna Pek Merkola Kutulu Tata Laka Agniomna Magnari Yartam Homam Yamari Yartam Harpi Yamoma Saratu Tara Yamatan Happy no Kapi Sekis Arunam Sexar Tesek Teptako Nek de Ekortana Nek de Pierta Mormatu Yanu Yadiliani Nereti Raxasom Samrak Sariat Nam Home from Farunariat Namha himself Paruna Home Pauratu Selamaraya Metan himself no himself Sekis Orunan Sexoruna Pikemen Sepsanu Tuini Kupitera Mautun Rates of Zillinger and Kapazinger Kia Kapazabel Viomiam Vior Ver Namaha Morsiri Morcola Molu Mormatu Zillinger and Kapazinger Kia Kampautu Solata Kutu Tata Execu Titakara Yarn Yarnelianki Sabeo Prim Paramatner Namaha Pramuna Bumaharo Maxat to over Cresaraya Metan Cabranduk Pacabram Caparu Nevem Caprasha Capram Prembra Molulu Hazaku Titakala Nesratina Buma Josata Teo Saramasat Amioket Tepsek, Stricken to Nebanatu Tefmesu Netter. Om Hrim Hom Siyar Yart Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Chandra Yart Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Mangali Yart Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Bamburi Yart Namaha Om Hrim Pramraspata Yart Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yart Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Samchana Yart Namaha Om Hrim Rover Namaha Om Hrim Ketuvert Namaha Shrim Sanascharas Namaha Om Hrim Rover Yart Namaha Om Hrim Ketuvert Namaha Japakusum Samkasham Kashya Paya Mahada Yurtim Tamorim Sarva Pavagnam Pranantosmin Divakaram Dadi Shankar Tushor Bom Kishur Hort and Apas Bavam Namami Shishartam Somachambor Gurta Pushartam Darani Garbasam Putam Vedu Karti Samapam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamagalam Pranamamiam Priyanku Karika Sharmam Ruperna Pratimam Burham Somyam Somya Guru Perkam Tamburham Pranamamiam Devanam Chari Shartnam Chagurum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Butam Trilokisham Tam Namami Briaspati Himakutam Rina Labam Deyarnam Paramam Kurum Sarva Strapavataram Vargapam Pranamamiam Nelanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamagurajan Chachariam Vatalna Sambutam Tam Namami Shaneswaram of the Karya Mahabhyariam Chandradija Vimartanam Sumika Garbasam Putam Tam Rahum Pranamamiam Palasa Pushpasam Karsham Taraka Grahama Sakam Rorom Bakom Gurum Tam Ketum Pranamami Hamam Pramam Rori 300 Kani Panushim Burti Sorta Borasha Gurusha Shukrasha Liore Uketu Srava Graha Mama Super Partam Kurunga Sharti on board wars for on the third variant Percotovartia Diriki Marhi the Union of Petrodaya Tom Tata Swaha on Tata Swaha Nanasinia Nambra Sidia Siniana Nabasa Mankana Saria Kia Kampa Magabati Anana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kapa
magia gamagia sagastera kiasta klois nabo kurios morkurios yasto tu yankarku yaset nambur mozas ifrnios campasus sagashen palas campas nebo satanatos campa yagashia sashia kulamani yashia makali story bari yagushia yarnana yarnani ya ashtapa marcha shakarani yaramilo yachi story campa yinar nazi arma campa pisarma campa ya bagi rasolur ki shamashurudu ya duru ya diga sorolu chi sikatamari ya atarelechi upartala katamari ya kanpa Sidin Yarudu Yakampa, Sidin Yarushtu Yakampasi, Shajera Rakuji Barukan Payash, Rakan Payana Gormas Baruno, Gormas Baruno, Gormas Baru, Yanakaria Yaz, Yankarkampa, Yanga Yars, Yangaria, Yarian, Zidin Kernen Yakampa, Yakatala Makia Tarakampa, Marukumu Pro, Sigaria Dakia Yamapa Bordes, Yamarutu, Yatuku Surim, Supurim, Zagarim, Sanankan, Payaluku. Inip kamanu yardu yandara yazi patu bau balku perteriku baga kampa pelsieg tagsak bat pasak baron do seliganu shugi gapsugi sergi goda seramara yadi urur kelama sini kuding karne napuriu nexolenku karya shashmu kutu Ushobhashani precious tasso mamchushashar granatam golden prani devi uvarti prandiaranu pratam chasi pishvahar de devi karya namaha karya yarni mahamariya mahayoginya deshwari ngam kupsur tam devi parti me guru ker namaha isarastata digare karte de merti karya nar chiman tono Bor Bos Waha Tasviter Varnia Berkota Barsia Dirhi Dirionor Prachudayar Ipsos Ship Shosh for Nation to Toro Turo Rataru Tora Roto Brahda Bra Gong Yang Gong Krong King Kong Bong Gong Hung Swing Kutong Gong Bong Malabaka Kidaglu Gadar Rata Baradu Kakudamo Zari Mashikarano Arkingu Bararimo Arkengu Bararimo Zari Mashikarano Aru Kakudamo Lugadar Marata Korbar Malabaka Kidagadu Kakudamo Zari Mashikarano Arkingu Bararimo Aru Kakudamo Lugadar Marata Kormo Malabaka Kidag Trambakam Yashama Hesum Dim Pustivar Haramorupa Rukami Varmanat Yormuksheri Eternamaha Hrim hum kong malkuchiari ke shong krom hrim shrim hum hrim shong krom kujiarika krom hum mamareya griforana no qualaizi ken horlei shukrai namha shum shrim him pasor dem dehi shukrai svaha kring karim kali hum svaha sarva bistam dehi me mahali kernamha Sanking Jo Julantian Jun Sanking Jo Julantian Jun Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Ram Rame Mano Rame Sastor Ram Tatorian Ram Nam Varanarne Vinaya Karya Namahoma Kandakarya Vedata Madhe Pakratundariya De Mahita no Tandi Prachudaya Pakratuna Makarya Sorika Koti Samaprava Neorkoetam Kurume Deva Sarva Koryeshu Sarvara Shri Guru Rashnis Mama Mukure Suror Varnu Ragu Varpi Moja Sujurta Kuforjor Ki Pirnu Hirn Tanu Janiki Sumiro Pavan Kumor Borbul Hipi Geta Humo Hehara Hukules Vikorje Haliman Gan Kun Jorge J Sakarpis Tiunlo Jarika Ram Tudali Bardama Jani Putra Pansort Namaha Mahavir Vigaran Bajrangi Kumartini Borsumeti Kersangi Kanchan Veran Veris Sumpesekaran Kundol Kuchi Kesohot Vojro Wudu Horje Bjarhoje Korpe Borchane Ursor Jason Korsu Venkisrin and Dandish Pratap Mahajag Vandan Vidya pan guniati catur prong coach karibe kuator prabhu charita surabe korasya ramakan sita man basya Sri Guru Suraj Suraj Nesh Mane Mukure Suraj Vanura Guvor Vimoja Sujurta Guvor Chor Burhitin Tanul Jalni Kisumiro Papan Kumor Bor Burhi Bigiata Humo Hehara Hukole Sofi Korje Harimakan Gun Sukyo Jekhan Pisti Hun Loku Jargaram Tudatli Partama Jari Purbapan Surnamaha I Bevi Karan Jorangi Kumartini Borsometi Kesarangi Kajan Varam Vurej Sur Besikaran Kundo Kuchi Kesaho Vujwal Urdu Borje Varoje Karne Borjane Sorje som korsuvan kisrin and dantish pratama hajagwan dan vidivan kuniati chatur kam kashkari bekuator parushari tersuna bekorasia lam rekan sidaman basya sukshma rup dari siarki vikarva rup dari alang hajara bima rup dari asor sankhare ramachanda ke kasanwar varge sarjivan lakanjiargi Shri Ragu Vaharshi Varge Ragu Parikin Hibau Barai Tuma Prayar Parati Sanam Baita Vartan Jumhara Yaskar Veuskar Shri Parikat Garden Ve Sankardik Pramari Monison Ratsarat Sarhi Raises you Yanam Kukupa Dikpal Jahan Ke Kavikupur Karhik Soke Kahante Tumuk Sugrava Interna Ramri Laye Rashpartena Tumharo Mantra Vibrashan Marangas War Baryesu Jarna Yug Sahasra Jojan Parbarnule Yurtari Matur Parun Jadu Prabul Mutrikan Belir Mukmahi Jala Dilangkir Kapkashorashanahi Dorgam Kash Jagat Kejete Surkama Nugrahetem Prete Ramduare Tumrak Varte Wana Gabir Pasar de Surskrai Tumhari Saran Room Ragsharka Hukordarna Apante Samharu Paiten Hunlu Kanter Karpe Burpisashni Karnakina Vema Vyarjabna Armsurvenas Rokarahi Harsap Hira Japarna Nantar Hanuman Pira Sankarte Hanuman Chordve Man Karamvachan Janjulve Suparam Tapis Verajatin Kekal Sankot Tum Sarja or Marura Jukolve Surti Arni Jardan for Perplay Charan Yupar Taptum Harahai Persian Jagaruji Rasa Rusam Kertum Raguare Asorni Kartan Ram Duharde Ashrasieri Narvniri Kertaus Vordern Janki Marta Ramrasi Antum Hore Pasasara Rahora Guparikera Satum Hore Barjan Ram Kupavea Jaram Janam Ke Durpisre and Ke Koraguvar Porjari Jaram Jaratnam Hari Barkahaye or Dirta Chitna Dare he hardly monser he service surkar he sankarha karte Mete paper Josmer Hanuman paper JJ Hanuman Kosin Kriparu Gurudev Tiarnin Josar Bapas Kare Korhi Chorte he burned he Maha Chortor he Joria Parle Hartoma Chalisa Horia Series Arti Goris Trusira Sara Hori Gerard Kaje Das Horari Min Dera Pavart Naisan Karharan Mangomor Bub Ram Lakan Sita Sar Hid Hordaria Basa Husu or Bub O Maharaja Vajorji Savajapa Japa Umam Bobrikinesh Ranam Charendi Varinyam Hong Namahapu Omim Hrim Shrim Mim Gumim Nama Bhagavati Vatali Vari Vari Varumuki Varumiki and Antini Nama Rum Veruntini Nama Jambe Japini Nama Uru Mohe Mohini Nama Sambe Sambini Nama Sarvedusa Producer Nam Sarvis Basar Vavat Siras Achurmukati Jivasambanam Kurkurus Gramvasyam Imulum Tai Ta Tao Masaya Pahatswa Ani Mani Mane Mamane Shira Sharite Shame Shabi Tasana Mukuda Mukutabi Shabi Shabi Sobi Shabi Shaya Shaya Girizinti Shabi Taran Yoroika Pashani Nebita Bentar Nebita Atan Torshudai Kurim Kurera de Adadeshu Yashan Sami Body Begeli Trabadaruma received so Genukusharam Basha Basha Shudai Matara Matara Shana Uru Kashara Shorasha Taya Paromana and Taya Saramako Rico Mokiare Adet Ade Chinari Chiachi Naratona Diana Nabi Kunabi Akina Kadadi Sanadi Matogi Jukari Boroshani Debi and Debi Ruka Taka at the night and I Kusharate and the Hachi for us and a Surubarani Batani Surubosho Batani Shobatani so Yabi Shani so Yinikarani so Yahaka Sukarate Sarubasu Messicara and I Sarubasaru Mash or set Sarubasaru the Kyosharaya to Yashinabi Kari. Anya manya mane mamane sira karite sama samita vesanta mukta mukta kama sama vesama sama sama jaya saya sira santa samita darana yoloki besar pasani ni hidu abiantari ni visa metari parisuri kulim kule arade parade sukangsi sama sama bulu bulu kita dharma pariksit samgana kurusan ni kori baya baya visutani matra matra sata rutu kesalaya saya parataya Nakula balu dharmani nataya swaha swala mahajwala ukitu kikibu kiara varta nota vati tini vitini sitini nati vaharani nati varti swaha tate nari kunari swaha kani kori kendali matangi bukasi sangkulu berusaha sisi swaha itimi mendoru heru suwi swaha Adana dana pati dana patani dana kusala dana sarhada pati pati pasani sarvatani apatani sampatani samaparikita samgane katani dama parisita sarva kuswala kati semepikti dana rapati patani patali swaha Samsakum sahu wong hong chum gong tang osho gong him so hong kring gong gu sor hung ong krim mong hong chum ong hung haring ra ring gong heru sor ra ong bam du mong gong pam pim plung gong grang ning gong krang ning ong hang ning ong dong ning dong ong pam men plung ong song jing shlung ong hang ning ong dong ning dong ong song jing shlung hung kring heng bam dum shong shing swung gong sor hung shing gong kring gong shing haring ra ong heru sor bong king so ong heng ong dong du Dainichi no ora un pasho datu bama shuku na ora max of yehu mo sho no ora mudna sambaba tramita no ora umprata haru puko sho no ora mamogi sarayo kushi no ora mora hururu kandali matagi swaha butcher and butcher no namo bagabas na yusni saya umrurus fuku shwala tisa sulu kana sarvata sarani swaha shor kanji sai bozo omro lik swaha de zishi bozo Sam Chandra Saswa Robosu Sunama Samata Boharam Corona Urbave Tareni Tanini Swaha Central Centring in Kanchis I Bosu Dharmati Bato Kanchis I Bosu Mountain Baba Humfatsvaha Juchim and Kanchis I Bosu Hakuru Kayis Swaha Jundai Kanchis I Bosu Karakuri Kuni Swaha Nordin Kanchis I Bosu Parme Sermali Swallow Hum Kongor Sato Hum Pashra Satva Harnia Bosu Omdi Shuta Vijay Swaha Bujan Bosu Shamia Swamojo Bosu Marama Kameano Mearoku Bosu Matray Swaha Jiso Bosu Haha Smai Swaha Koko Bosu Namo Karsiko Pario Malik Mali Swaha Nikor Bosu New Dotes Swaha Koko Bosu Kandrubai Swaha for the mile Namas Manta Vashanam Kanamorosana Sota Yahum Tratham Kosanta my home son Banisar Bahum Joshua Hum Pat Kundari my home Mantra Hum Fat Kai Toku my home Sri Kalalupa Hum comes Swaha Kongo Yasho my home Sri Vajra Yaksa Hum Eisen my home Maraga Vashor Snis Vasha Sarpa Hum Vam Roku Jaku my home Aruru Contes Swaha Sarboko Genome Kambai Swaha Kongun Song Kongun Vajra Arjan Hom Boom Swaha Salboko Genome Kambai Swaha Kongun Song Kongun Vajra Saranja Hum Swaha Senishi Doji Om Jonasi Swaha Jiko Kutanum Tarasara Pramarana Swaha So Jotanum Vedodax Axin Patai Swaha Homo Kutanum Vedopax and Angry Patai Swaha Tomotanum Vis for Funny Swaha Pensaitanum Satisfactis Swaha They Kutan O Mahakarari Swaha Kichi Jotanum Harari Sreyes Swaha Kari Time Om Dulamari Hadith Swaha Daikini Tinomri Swaha Marishiti Nomarasi Swaha Daishu Kompiti Nomri Kaum Swaha Mem bram braharnam serari bram mem parton vermarani vermahe haranya garbaria dermahita no brahma prachudayatom tatarum kaya vermahe masro daria dermahita no brahma prachudayatom ebrim cream sausage from bram brahma jashyanam prataram purusha divihi mara purusho venapaha guru brahma guru vishnu guru shiva guru devo maswara guru sakshar param brahma tashme shri gurave namaha Usak na ket pendiam kai bit na horror roti aviam ken na bolsa ket tu ne zor korti ha pasti taro tu orem step orem besek na mat kana mi sorti tu tor menti martu for ru kermi u keru ne ken menti an de pepsera keru ne peru sekriu ne babu ne tem sepu wari ma ba hiu tu grehi ne hep ko Nehemne forcesul te pane fecebu tramprium tor sibusi floridi rendi vingator vinginor mudlarmanki se chef verdigo tron nori tormenia tormoskeletun scurbio biordo fin free ordin frigerda fri liber deg vetrkiros vita henges i kors verdegs vivdar verdeg bolter pren filotikor roti vin weg dar piskar vierski gjør vosongskjor for livskortingsker fiser mingjøring vi ingringskef for the ran herren i kor hin koning gus hin kuroski or mi be fri di be flindis vidars vi dir york fjordnir helgamir svos kuntro fjom Fimbo Fios Lider Fleet Slig Vid Lifter Giul Muspil Nepulheim Elfegor Genko Ket Ymirel Gomir Adyr me bor Besta Ordin Vili Vesor Mung Hemberg Mir Osli Vestri Nudri Sudri Minko Slepni Asator Norfi Norfi Nerning Fari Oro Neri Odering Aser Deskin Faxi Monde Feri Mune Solo Vokos Vins Vili Velki Berger Serg Smil wir fin skul haft i hortmin sin arni vid diori et ar lulgracin vegen kopmos vor snerdori nein nerti notri sutri osri vestri at dir for lin nord nein net bin den vi fjordebo for bombor ori unor oin mon vi ner vingol bein dorin 4 vel die troin tek lied virter nei regrads vin trobner dolksvari hårstari herdi Kjoin ori durfan vari hirki fili hor siri bel vir for skirpir vir skarfine of engi erkin skerdi fusti finki nori agtresio weird per dandi skur prider drikt redner heming bjur vere skip her skip game leo fremad length it brain fast fakes has food fast leg Van Lorni vins vova saras nero dingen friglor ki Avinaya Paranyasi Snoda Maria Manam Samaria Visaria Magras Narnbur Tardariam Verstararia Taraya Samsaraska Tarati Viar Urnika Morande Paria Malaka Burkande Sri Parti Para Berande Baba Paria Cherde Varande Saryapi Pera Parka Manata Tava hamna namakina svam samudro hitaranga gvakarna samudro nataranga udarta narka britarnuja tanuja kula mitra serorste Thursday bavarti navavati kimba vatraskara maskariati paravata rai Rava Drapa Varta Saram Vasurdam Paramesvara Paripario Vata Baba Papito Hamdamodara Guna Mandiarda Vasudam Paramesvara Paripario Bavarta Papa Papito Hamdamodara Guna Mandiara Sandundara Varda Navinda Govinda Baba Jala Dir Matara Mandara Paramandara Mapanayatvam Menariana Corona Maria Sarat Nam Harvani Tavorgo Coronoya Yeti Sarpari Marie Vanasa Roja Sarava Satuiti Sriva Parampa Sapari Prajakarasia Sri Govinda Bhagava Pujaya Risayasya Sri Makacha Rakara Bhagava Varta Kortos Arparis Tutram Sampurnam Kuberodonanda Srida Rajo Danaswara Dana Lakshmi Priya Tanmodara Dario Danika Priya Darksirnyo Damarni Orata Dayar Varuntu Dorva Rata Tivya Laksana Sampano Nina Rati Janara Sarka Danya Lakshmi Samarajo Deri Lakshmi Verajita Daya Rupo Dharma Bori Dharma Samarasano Sarka Niri Svaru Nira Lambo Nihinam Pari Palaka Nidyanta Nergunangara Niskarmo Niruparava Navaragan Samarajo Navasankya Pravartaka Manskita Rata Disa Mahanguna Ganam Vita Yarshniko Yashara Sakta Yashara Burjai Karasarka Ka Raja Kamro Ramariso Rajago Raja Purjerta Visara Pasartya Biarka Mana Mardasa Vijayo Vimalo Vanyo Vandulu Jana Vasala Varo Paksa Priyata Movaragi Visvarum Muga Sarva Yarta Saranada Sarvasati Samamvita Samantararata Samya Sarvadara Praka Suprita Sulaba Somo Sarvakara Yatuhara Samagana Priya Saksara Baba Sri Perajira Hasva Hana Samprita Wakilanda Pravartaka Vyorkarna Samprita Amtar Svatana Priya Kalapanamas Varmiya Harkarabi Vorjita Udabudera Rudharma Vermavo Navara Harna Kinoresu Visravana Kalak Pravartaka Hasta Lakshmiya Samaryuta Adayartu Mahla Vigraha Loka Raju Loka Palu Loka Vandu Sulaksana Sulaba Surmarika Surdu Sankarada Priya Santa Sutana Kuno Peta Susvata Sutana Vikar Hasarvaja Maharshnu Sumati Saveriki Var Kanor Karikasankan Hasta Dara Sriman Param Jorti Parapara Samardi Kurna Sampana Saranyo Dina Varjar Sala Parupakari Papagna Tarundi Yasanapni Bhadanta Sarva Guno Peta Surendra Samva Beerva Jisvakyo Vitabaria Anatana Saki Arta Prata Kale Parfet Sutram Susera Burvia Denetena Pravnoti Porusha Sriyam Devendra Sanni Pamiti Sri Kuber Stutram Om Yacharya Kuberia Vishravanarya Daratanya Depatarie Tanatanya Samriti Mer Dergita Pavia Swaha Om Shrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Verishvaraya Namaha Om Krim Shrim Krim Shrim Kuberaya Shalashmi Mama Grihem Tanam Purariya Purariya Namaha Om Krim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Saha Swaha Om Hrim Shaya Kuberaya Vishravanarya Dana Kashanarya Sarva Loka Vasi Gararya Tanatanyadi Patarya Tanatanya Samrudir Merderita Palya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumberaya Namaha Om Yakshadra Jarya Vidmariya Aliketesaria Dermahitana Kumbera Parchuraya Zikia Compasiana Compasiting Yarkia Compasiting Yanana Compa Zikuki Magampra Zikia Compasiana Compasiting Yarkia Zikia Compasiana Compasiting Yarkia Compasiting Yarana Compa Gakumashkara Zikia Compasiana Compa Zikia Compasiana Compasiting Yarkia Compasiting Yarana Compa Lugalap the Vorakni Bo Zikia Compasiana Compa Om Namo Hum Tra Parari Nusum Baru Mukagat Metroya Son Bainal Kosani Samenta Brahma Saraswati Chara Rupa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Dokarambi Om Sun Pani Sumbau Hum Vajra Hum Vat Om Shrim Klim Klim Glum Ganapataya Vara Vara Sarvasha Maj Vashanari Swaha Tat Porshur Ye Var Verma He Vakatudaria Dermaita Notanti Prajudaya Rom Shanti 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 Om Ganahara Sayat Nama Om Kamakarapataya Nama Om Lombruda Rayatamaha Om Kring 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 Om Makanataya Vedarmadhe Vakratudariya Dermaita Notanti Prachudaya Om Shrim Hrim Klim Dum Jwala Jwala Joli Ajaya Jamani Asha Sarva Shatrum Samhara Samhara Kshemala Bam Kuru Kuru Dushtu Graham Om Pats Swaha Runam Kuruna Terangri Shat Shim Dutra Pujan Kushar Pushpapa Rama Aripe Rabru Tamayu Kara Hamed Eva Vibabari Baba Nim Shri Mara Shri Maharagni Shri Mara Senes Shaleswari Chidane Kuna Sambuta Devakoria Samuriyata Warrior Banu Sahasraba Chaturba Uva Saman Vita Zuragas Varu Papashaja Krura Kurunkushu Shvala Rono Pakekshu Hortanda Panchatan Matra Sayakanisha Rona Prabhapura Mabaparamhanda Mandala Chanpaka Shuka Porlaga Shurkanti Kalasa Kachakuru Vinda Manishane Kunakutia Mandita Shtami Chanravi Barajadalikas Dala Shovita Muka Chantra Kalankapamlu Narti Vishishaka Varanas Maramankalia Gruhator Cheralika Paka Lakshmi Parivaha Jalamina Paluchana Navachambaka Pushpa Parana Sadana Veraji Dedicati Tedescari Nasabarana Pasura Kadamba Manjari Kruta Kana Poran Mano Hara Tanka Yugali Buddha Tapanodupa Mandala Parmarika Shila Doshak Pari Babi couple of Boho Nava Droma Bombashri Nakori Radana Chara Vinyogomash Sriti Patrika Mantra Siksapa Pramara Sipratichada Sriti Patrika Patum Pisham Swahasaki Partilakam Sriti Patrika Priya Samjapat Vinyogaria Sari Nescom Siapa Pramarase Namahasarasi Pratichada Sanamha Mukesh Sriti Patrika Patia Namariti Umbisharika Namaha Guri Swahasakari Namaha Pario Patakari Namaha Naborda Vinyogaria Namaha Samvikia Sari Nescom Gustipiam Namaha Rim Tarchani Piam Namaha Manami Piam Namaha Namiki Piam Namaha Nikinis Piam Namaha Krom Karastikiara Plaslapiam Namaha Iti Karania Sikromadeyi Yat Namaha Harim Sopisis Sarasis Vam Sekaya Pasaram Kabakayum Names Rayu Pasar Krom Slevati Sanangi Nation Sromiarti di Parandayanam di Petrigamata Beliaska is Faripini departed di Pedi Varas from Jami Ampati Yamika Karab Sama Pomeom Kasamika Push Piamium Rivarmika Dupamakrapi Pamiram Anyan Miki IT Pandarshami Vamam Miki Yam Permanent Nepretinami Simsabamiki Yubara Pujam Smart Pami Chopamala Mantromo Mama Male Mahama Sava Savramata Pini Kotavokas Raniasa Sasmani Sidi the Papa Kudu Mantrom Prinsita Kuru Prasida Rimamasa Sariti Petraka Mantrom Krom Rimam Targe Rime Yapasaya Pasaya Rimdum Dorgre Rim Krom Patspa Hasaranganes Kromadaya Yartam Harim Subasis Rasa Swam Sekaya Vasaram Kabagayum Trin Valtria Vasar Kromas Raipati Sanangines Books Romiarti Dewi Mukadayanam di Pedrema Devi Askai Farupini di Patri di Videhi Baras Rum Jami Pujam Tri di Makaya Karam Sum Paman Kamang Sami Yai Puspa Pujami Ambai Varmiki Yai to Pamakura Pujami Ramang Miki Yai Pam Darshami Pam Tarmiki Yam Traman Iberiam Iberiam Ism Swamiki of Sopakara Pujam Samar Pami Samar Pam Guyati Gil 3 Pam Kronas Makarapam Japam City of Bavatu Medevi Prasaran Maistera Japamatala Malama Tramum Vamale Sabata Vama Pridi Subaba Bavasum Kurushime Batroya Soviram Kaderi Mom Rim City Nama Hingen es ook een hoog als ik er die op de middenso door surti matelijkheid die meer van materski beginning his be color ken der meri hoek meri me go him dele weer die be boord weer til Japan speels op hier is boos op of monk of morning jokna of porna was for bom make-up for her pure make halimani ori bibi markmemi or rainforest morning pen Arbos or the Borsia Mirge being fosses and Dionysia Nis Volo near Jok Ponzi when they open Minka plus Kinunga in Grass Verki or Borbors near Bors Wom of your bill BRC Miss Barcob Mayor Rens Corpus or Skenenes or Nana Salasterna Pas for Skurun Luki Solopot or Lenser Nimana Henry or Koru Heimen Jorbo Sort Navy Sea a War Soliarity Martini Navy Sea a Badminton Sartistos no Navy Sea a War Strapi Getting Grinjin Grill Rockstool Kinning Cop of Parketux no combination no Copo Morkin had 2 of Nichan Duncan Dawn of Captain Chroma Tilcher he took Satia la Beer Herbage Core him Jung Bro after look blue up Smeem Blue at dal vor mot tankers går bort tål går blod till du torkni till hier vokru vor brain winter geis von ton gorli ons prayer vok mon borse me jo amor kor nor jo Jotunheimen kinjin gwilo rockstol ginen go poko park everes gedi for god trotorski jo brains for p or brains lithium Bos vors monsieur ovo brain voor gra Roin Dorin en Noor blij met lichten morgen kor blue wel gooi door blue sem Dorin zag bi hon wo wel gore bo viking dan jores bo ser die atmosfeer or wordi beter borchmok no blongo hefo in Nori kulu Beranam blame yam was friend luargu Lucia brace prep der win mordin embrace mer orca terra berratuk Mogocilla pela pix omnista teturun terrenton pregeter run organ denetarum alapentun dures sendin durs orig worig non o cigarette esser fear to failure Ashlyn mo necromblo dun comfort Elephant wind wears sendin durs orig war for ring no so service as severe to fail Ashlyn mo necromblo dun Orpus way oros squirrel or race or wig or wiglu what we breed or weed or rossi or ros consent facilio tourist truck urum peneus nesi penetus cor est virivia in descolum turbus ipset cornel dominus sorpins arvistes narvis coris non difficilis sed impossibile vast investigarte. Domine Deus omnipotens rex regium et dominus domine Deum in glorious magnum omnis victoria constita domine bellum contritur preco prius mer visio verum finis talmago posero dolor tetulus magnificentis adverin macum hel adverin cum hel mac cum hel adverin cum hel adverin cum hel adverin mac cum sexum sexorum in forsum mantum oparum dae nata polum in quantum draconis draconis dracornis et ni dimor dor dimor chardena chartrum somos or chamos el neon trucut vos pet vudo shield within ve also nos animo shidi kuno also mo hirtum cartum tu kutum tum also paritum capilitum namritum masha shurka shartu ukasha pari eli nertumo pararni ili yawish tardi is herisu eli ameria amru saraku indicula salaru mursha ura kui martarna alupi au puntipi au prosu mema shriti au martiu elirinur bus erdortis erditis anima eloriore budishimara barbi dini dina lati limda pus salam kasharti au kasharti ya shai bishi au mushripsti ya isma sarati sharmushli churudi shishalim notifici luz albuli sharusha alu taptushai puhu amatli vortia ki mazaluli tarturuk shari pushu kishpi ma taptili sharni kiarusha kurturu eptatusha zuluku kola martusha mara serdi naki bidik buhu yalali mushirtum Shariuli la corbushi, shariuli la corbushi, shari salmani yar naba grita kira tu piras mani yar naba kari takiara tu piras mani yar tipa gritu shni aladu piras mani ni tipa gritu shni aladu piras mani yaki max pagrita kira tu piras mani yar naku kolati tap kira tu piras mani ya yenai gori tap sadu piras mani ya yenai gaskupati torshni ya tu piras mani ya yenai bi shadu orita sadu piras mani ya rangi spota kira tu piras Siringarin garin kambasirin garin and kambasirin garin lulen kambasirin garin lulen kambasirin garin korkoren kambasirin garin korkoren kambasirin garin nada shorin kamba Sirin garin dar shorin kambasirin garin dula zaka kambasirin garin dula zaka kambasirin garin dula kambasirin garin la kamba sirin garin meshara kambasirin garin mershara kambasirin garin marketing garin dula kamba Siringen nar martingen lage kompa siringen ski gish masak badar nierdan bolem kan pasiringen bad borlong korte kunding kerian nerga kompa siringen in dikani tinggaran lurna ya ansa kur nuring kai kata kart nierna kanpa siningen anak kompa siringen ki kompa siringen ruki kompa siringen bo kompa siringen ishta kompa siringen shamashu kompa siringen kor kompa siringen madu kompa siringen ini badar kompa siringen kompa siringen nonarki kompa siringen lula lokor korkoragi kompa siringen in lula in korkoragi kompa siringen ini bipile shari kompa siringen ini korkoragi shin babaragi kompa siringen lorda dingker kala nerka kompa kamu Utung sulala sur gidim sur mula sur dingker sur maskim sur siar kempasi kia kempasi dingker in lalu kor koran yang kempasi dingker in lalu kor korade ke kempa siningan ini bebila share ke kempa siningan ini korai ke kempa siringeran nuna dingker kala lale ke erni kempa siringerana kempa siringker kia kempa papa rara tar matorta Baba para arte geger nerne asagara sagbi mur norter dem torka rasi bi mur norter tu sur karbi mur norter ala sur karbi mur norter gertim sur loir bi mur norter kara sur karbi mur norter dinger sur karbi mur norter merabi armi tarshbi arbar bi arish kasharti arti martin kashap tu shartu ni Om Hayagrivariyat Namaha Om Mahabhisnarvyat Namaha Om Kesavariyat Namaha Om Asudusarniyat Namaha Om Govindariyat Namaha Om Punakaksariyat Namaha Om Visnarvyat Namaha Om Visvambarariyat Namaha Om Harariyat Namaha Om Ariyayat Namaha Om Sarvakisariyat Namaha Om Sarvadarariyat Namaha Om Sananatanariyat Namaha Om Neradarariyat Namaha Om Nerakarariyat Namaha Om Nerasiyayat Namaha Om Nirparavariyat Namaha Om Neranjanariyat Namaha Om Niskalankariyat Namaha Om Nitatatayat Namaha Om Niramayat Namaha Om Disaramariyat Namaha Om Saksine Namaha Om Saranyayat Namaha Om Saravarakhariyat Namaha Om Srimate Namaha Lokavartisariyat Namaha Om Sivariyat Namaha Om Sarvasarparariyat Namaha Om Verorarte Namaha Om Verandariyat Namaha Om Veravariyat Namaha Om Paratarhariyat Namaha Om Panyayat Namaha Om Parayatre Namaha Om Punyayat Namaha Om Punyakatariyat Namaha Om Paraparariyat Namaha Om Paramamarne Namaha Om Parismai Namaha Om Parisariyat Namaha Om Parakariyat Namaha Om Papariyat Namaha Om Pasavadamarkariyat Namaha Om Virusert Namaha Om Verapara Parakariyat Namaha Om Sakala Paruni Pitisariyat Namaha Om Niskulari Om Niskalariya Namaha Om Sarvarakarate Namaha Om Maskala Majar Mudra Yuktastarya Namaha Om Varaparaya Namaha Om Pararik Parusarya Namaha Om Surasaya Namaha Om Saranayaya Namaha Om Paramesvararya Namaha Om Santarya Namaha Om Tatarya Namaha Om Jitukurharya Namaha Om Jitukuramitraya Namaha Om Jagaramaya Namaha Om Jaramartramorharaya Namaha Om Jivarya Namaha Om Jaradarya Namaha Om Jaradan Sanaya Namaha Om Jabapriyaya Namaha Om Jabasutyaya Namaha Om Jabajkarte Namaha Om Prikarte Namaha Om Vipave Namaha Om Vimalya Namaha Om Visvarupariya Namaha Om Vivirgopertra Namaha Om Virustaya Namaha Om Virusrustyaya Namaha Om Satidarya Namaha Om Kasanta Karakarya Namaha Om Srayanta Prararya Namaha Om Sriti Maya Namaha Om Sraismam Patarya Namaha Om Isvararya Namaha Om Asutayaya Namaha Om Avartarya Ruparya Namaha Om Pranadarya Namaha Om Prita Patarya Namaha Om Victarya Namaha Om Vakuruparya Namaha Om Sarva Sasene Namaha Om Tamarharya Namaha Om Arjana Sarkarya Namaha Om Jarine Namaha Om Parnakandra Sampapraparya Namaha Om Janadarya Namaha Om Pataparya Namaha Om Yogine Namaha Om Yogisarya Namaha Om Sarvakamadaya Namaha Om Yorkiete Namaha Om Yarne Namaha Om Arisarya Namaha Om Srisam Namaha Om Hamsarya Om Paramahasarya Namaha Om Vishvaguptra Namaha Om Viraja Namaha Om Surasapati Karaskarya Namaha Om Jatamajara Mishutarya Namaha Om Ariyamalkarharya Namaha Om Sarvagisvararya Namaha Om Pranagodatruparya Namaha Om Verharai Karamurte Namaha Iti Sri Hayagriv Vastutara Satmavali Om Mananataya Riseryat Namaha Om Agararya Namaha Om Kulupkararya Namaha Om Amidikaramarya Namaha Om Aramisatariya Namaha Aravantarya Namaha Om Vinokuraparya Namaha Om Vishnupriyaya Namaha Om Parastutyaya Namaha Om Viramararya Namaha Om Visatararya Namaha Om Sisarya Namaha Om Saturusaraniya Namaha Om Asaparamaditariya Namaha Om Aprakadutarine Namaha Om Amidikararia Namaha Om Akarapasapaniya Namaha Om Parasutyaya Namaha Om Agaruparya Namaha Om Parayaya Namaha Om Pasukarya Namaha Om Paraparikharya Namaha Om Parankararya Namaha Om Pamsavaraniya Namaha Om Vasudevasaniya Namaha Om Paravasitarya Namaha Om Padipasaradeh Namaha Om Padrekamaniya Namaha Om Tamoruparya Namaha Om Tarpikarya Namaha Om Tarindararya Namaha Om Kasaparamashaya Namaha Om Kavaruparya Namaha Om Yugarapararya Namaha Om Yugandararya Namaha Om Rasunantarya Namaha Om Ramnikatraya Namaha Om Kesvapriyaya Namaha Om Vishvambararya Namaha Om Sankaraparaniya Namaha Om Sankapalarya Namaha Om Sambupariyaya Namaha Om Saranarya Namaha Om Pankasarasat Namaha Om Pamanasarya Namaha Om Pramadarya Namaha Om Prankadarya Namaha Om Prankadarya Namaha Om Pativasyaya Namaha Om Pakyavaraskarya Namaha Om Pausarasat Namaha Om Pagavartanaya Namaha Om Paripitararya Namaha Om Takskarya Namaha Om Lokavarisaya Namaha Om Sivarya Namaha Om Verapadyaya Namaha Om Purnarya Namaha Om Punyaya Namaha Om Punyakatarya Namaha Om Parsaya Namaha Om Parakarya Namaha Om Niskalarya Namaha Om Parapadaya Namaha Om Kartokarya Namaha Om Srisaya Namaha Om Santarya Namaha Om Chantarya Namaha Om Aryamanpanya Namaha Om Savapujaya Namaha Om Savarakarya Namaha Om Nirasiyaya Namaha Om Niranjanaya Namaha Om Niranatharya Namaha Om Saranaya Nama Om Saradaya Kaya Nama Om Saranjaya Nama Om Vaktaya Nama Om Vartudupaya Nama Om Tamoharaya Nama Om Visvaraya Nama Om Kalania Nama Om Valaria Nama Om Brahmakarina Nama Om Sankarandakaraya Nama Om Chitukurharya Nama Om Jivarya Nama Om Jadaya Nama Om Javapriya Nama Om Visvarupaya Nama Om Virusarya Nama Om Viruslam Sudaya Nama Om Saraparaya Nama Om Pranadaya Nama Om Vishnu Taparya Nama Om Kutaraya Nama Om Kutaraya Nama Om Blanavasraya Nama Om Rampusaya Nama Om Bujangaya Nama Om Payurupaya Nama Om Sarisapaya Nama Om Sakalupaya Nama Om Kalarusmutaya Nama Om Papantikaya Nama Om Sisumbaravarya Karya Nama Om Pariravi Pusarya Nama Om Nagendraya Nama Om Nagendravata Sutara Satana Mavari. Nesio koisteros oculus mihi forsiente nos grumper nerchan sereb dur char gard morsul wort schirn suyu archirsian createra scher mur scher serien ternger bros mes entruio gord gitiere de sor steyer an aim on den mirchan spiore nerman tierne formal tierne formal Circeo dur laborer ber dur simern cer crede dur landriul gador diur anta der am marxan spiore neum hier antio san gun rub dern tal men ranging young gum ben narchiar de der mosul se benecer mosul nachi benecer me se monia bior de se benecer no bior de me dernes Dortsaiolas sua tulere perum neo meer et heis is stadia biun neo cones neo conteos es neo ben sancticetia sius sine gelesier sine mene massa siu firis lesart Morbeg massa sur menater der esbil asiers vacardir full agus für certa fuel or alni as deorne cruz crorite venetru crones mergus norbierne men sure cluri gus and bulan trio and you mea sedomo shor saint ante der an magagus an spiore neome eraba beanat no era ciorve lachnarciore mesere quos orcach diorne berne soiom fenegus morbi fiur brud erebifre ele ege fiona crude august fiorna esnai Fen sere gus orgastiorne bereslium fern caracit calendi tatar virna sangita coravo mutar nari vartarna kamalas vartamatur parama sambur brahma para parti ganes archita paro jagannath swami naya parasarkarni babartume Borges arvie vernum serasi siki perencham catitarte duculam netrante sahachara karas kam peratarte saras rimad vardar vanna vasar tilari parichario Jagannath Swami Naya Paragarmi Bhavatume Borges Mahan Bordesirte Kanekaru cerde nelesicarte vasantra sardanta sarja palabadrina balina subhadra Maria Starsia lor suora seva vasarato Jagannath Swami Nayarna Patarkarni Bavartume Borje Korpa Praravarasta Raja La Jalarta Sreno Rusho Ro Ramadhani Ramaswara Dharma La Pankoru Hamurka Surendra Dradya Srutikana Sika Gita Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Pathargami Babatu Me Borje Ratharudur gachan partimirlita budelva partale stuti prador bardvam prati paramor pakaran yasarargia daya sindor buntur sarkala jagata sinhustaria jagannath swami nayana patargami pavatu me borje param prampaper kubala yada lob fulalanyo Nivarsi Ninelandru Nihita Charano Nanta Sarasi Rasarando Rarhasa Rasa Baru Palingarna Salukuja Enat Swami Nayana Patargami Bhavatume Narve Archera Jamna Char Kanarka Mari Kevivavam Na Yarshe Hamram Yam Nikila Jarna Kam Yam Vara Vardum Sarakale Kale Pratar Tartitina Kicha Charito Jagannath Swami Nayapara Garni Bhavatu Me Burje Haratvam Samsaram Turtar Parama Saram Sora Parte Hara Vam Paraparnam Vitat Kim Param Yara Vaparte Ahodino Nateni Hita Charano Nishita Mirtam Jagannath Swami Navapata Kami Bhavatur Me Borje Jagannatha Kam Purnyamya Pathetra Yarte Susir Sarva Papa Visur Dharma Vishnu Lokam Sargacharchirti Shrimat Sankara Charva Viparjitam Jaganastakam Sampurnam Brahma Morari Supara Chirta Lingum Nirmala Pista Sorvitam Lingam Janma Jadurka Virasarka Virna Sana Lingum Tatpranar Madmi Sara Siva Lingum Deva Murni Pravarchita Lingum Kamardana Karunkara Lingum Ravarna Darpa Virna Sana Lingum Tatpranar Marmi Sara Siva Lingum Sarva Sukarta Sulupita Lingum Burgi Vipartana Karana Lingum Sira Soro Sora Spin Tartar Lingum Taprana Mami Sara Siva Lingum Kanaka Mahamani Busita Lingum Parni Parti Vestita Subita Lingum Daksa Suyurna Vena Sara Lingum Tapranar Marmi Sara Siva Lingum Kunkuma Chandana Lepita Lingum Pankaja Hara Sosupita Lingum Sochita Papa Vina Sana Lingum Tapranar Mamami Sara Siva Lingum Devagana Chita Sevita Lingum Bhavai Rabakar Reva Char Lingum Vina Kara Kuti Prabhakara Lingum Prana Mami Sara Siva Lingum Mastadalo Para Vipastita Lingum Sarva Sampu Bhava Karana Lingum Astadari Dra Vina Sana Lingum Tapranmana Mami Sara Siva Lingum Sora Guru Sora Vara Purjita Lingum Sora Vana Puspa Sora Archita Lingum Para Param Para Param Para Makam Lingum Para Prara Mami Sara Siva Lingum Lingastaka Miram Punyam Ya Pata Siva Sanir Lo Siva Lokamar Pavyonti Siverna Saha Murate Nataraja Nataraja Natarana Sundarara Nataraja Jali Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kandamba Karana Priyam Siram Baraya Viharnirna Mare Bar Kalmurga Kufirtas Vartimba Lala Norsurkam Sarambaka Makardaram Sarambar Hirni Daram Horam Burje Jagat Gurum Sirambaram Vipave Samastabak Tapusana Swaha Starva Dakan Kanam Prasata Keriti Vebhavaram Nerastara Sarja Jara Param Korsa Star Murti Saranam Sura Star Kandra Mandalam Horam Bhuja Jagan Gurum Sidam Baram Vipa Varye Jati Keri Tamarndir Tamnita Lalo Kanam Vitam Pari Kurta Stari Tatam Pari Ra Panka Parnam Notorga Purva Bar Vietnam Kutora Pasadari Narn Harambuja jaga gurum siram baram vibhavarye koranga sabaso bhitum siram gajan nirasitam Korangana visakaram varangara karan jirtam korangara charan sakam Toranga mirakarmam harman jer jaga gurum siram baram vibhave Amarna bargya barjarnam sumarna hasasar Murkam sumarna marndarkam marni kerindera Karnyak davam samam dharmam dayarta Mama marna yarta marta marno horumbuje jagar gorum siram baram vibhavaye Karindra karamava sasamgyara vindra kapa darinam Surindra murkya purjitam Karkindra vahana priyam Ahyandra busanor jwalam Nagindra jwala sernam Haramburje jagar gorum siram baram vibhavarye Malavarini tarte saravila sakarinam Balarisa parabham jarnam lalam marupalokanam lasavane draharinam jvala trisulatarinam Harambuja jagagorum sinambaram vibhavarye sasankar barnu vita hutra Rajyeta trilokarnam visala vaksasam suderka pavoranda Manitam nekam barula sarva Porar haram darta ravan vitam haram bulje jaga kurum sinam baram vibha varye saran karang sarjan jano gertas pasan garna sarne marnar urka dorjana lisik sane visark sarna sinam barak yasara guru swaru rupa Mekya butale sara sivu virajarte sara murdar nirto Hara siram barkya sadguru riram sara vira siram mura likhanti yeso kortsado pramastakam Sara vasetara laya hari priya thara nane Sara vasetara laya hari priya thara nane viri priya Kaganiskala jaga guru runa graha riti shri sirambara pankakamara stutram Om Sharvarna Bavarya Namaha Om Tat Porshariya Vidmahe Mahasernarya Dharmahitanus Karna Prachodayat Om Skandarya Kartikerya Parvarti Prayantararya Chal Mahadeva Kumorarya Subraharnam Yayarte Namaha Agasio Vaka Nomustur Barndaraka Barndvandia Pararavendarya Sudhakaraya Sarana Maria Nita Vikramaria Gari Hartarnanda Samur Bhadava Namostu Turbyam Pranatartri Hantre Kartre Samastarsya Manoratham Dorteratharnam Paratarakasya Hontre Prakanda Soratarakasya Amotamotarya Sarvasramutarya Gornarya Ganarya Parapararya 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 Namostutubhyam Sikivaharnarya Namosturte Brahmavirham Varaya Digambaraya Varasam Stitararya Haranya Varanya Haranya Bhavai Namo Horanya Haranya Rata Setapasvarupaya Tapudanarya Tarpa Vararnam Pratiparakarya Sarakumaraya Himara Merne Trini Kortari Savararya Viragerne Namasturto Turbyam Sarajan Marve Vibho Prabha Surya Runo Danta Parkataye Balaya Kapala Parakramarya Sarmantur Razyala Manatoraya Mirustam Yuttara Mirusenam Namungarnarum Patarya Ganaria Namustur Tejan Marja Ratigardia Namo Visakharya Sursarti Panaria Sorvasiar Natarsia Kumora Karya Kron Koraria Tora Kamore Karya Svahiria Gengelia Kakarkerya Sarvirta Turvyam Satartaran Narmosturitis Riskande Mahapurane Kasikarande Pankavisarm Talmudarie Sri Katikeria Starkam Skarnu Vakayo is Varomo his Varakario Nigeranandar Nanskarna Kumoro Serne Svarmi Sankara Sambhava Garn Geyas Tarmar Kurdatska Brahmakari Zeki Devata Tarakari Rum Maputra Kronkaris Sarana Sabda Brahma Samudra Sakasira Sarvara Svarto Guvasana Kamaru Bhagavan Burgamurksa Pala Prada Sora Jarma Ganadisa Purvarjo Murkin Margakot Sorbe Karma Prenerta Karvanchita Tarkrada Sarna Astavi Masar Nar Mani Mariarniti Yapathet Prayurse Sorar Daria Yorto Murkovaska Spartiarva Vet Maha Mantra Marianti Malma Namahar Nur Kirtinarm Maha Prajna Mava Pramnotni Narja Karya Vikarana Itisri Rama Male Prajna Vivardarnam Karyam Sriman Karikeria Stutram Jing Chen Shen Chao Tai Sheng Tai Shing Yin Ban Wu Ting Ku She Fu Ming Bo Ming Ho Shen Ji Hui Ming Shen Chen Shen Nan Ning San Hung Yong Ju Po Wu Shan King Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Ko Shen Shou Dan Zhu Ko Shen Tu Hui Chu Fen She Shen Jing Ling Dong Ming Yang Shen Lo Huing Chi Shen Ko Ye Wei Shen Ho Shen Ho Ben Ki Shen Yen Jin Jin Shen Dan Yon Ling Wu Dong Jin Shi Shen Lan Yan Doki Chan Kun Jin Jiru Li Ling Jing Shen Shen Zhu Lan Bo Dian Ju Nan Wei Shen Jing Di Ji Hong Po Wo Zheng Rong Ming King Long Bai Hu De Xing Fin Yun Ji Gui Xuan Wu Xi Wei Wo Xin Ji Jiru Li Ling An Tu Li Shen Zhu Yun Qi An Jin Hu Gu Wen Ling Yu De Deu Qian Guan Tu Li Xi Ling Yu Xiao Yu Ji Por De Wang Jing Hui Xi Xiong Zheng Du Ne Wei Jing King Ge Er Feng Wei Bei Shu Tan Ting Te 上有民俗行行，国里带路，有行李先进，天地先就，天地是人还基本行动中，用就红领带中，我分为先是我是人民保护民苦国，要天干路达那东干，太中，人有富裕，多人下归，万根金山，人就用是有运气上一般改变人年。 anh chỉ rồi và hai chế quên một vạn số sĩ chỉ rồi với chúng dùng hồi số gian đồng vị chẳng cũng chỉ rồi lý lên trong con xin số chẳng đi xin dùng hoàn bài kinh nguồn số hoàn chế riêng của sinh thông常这些为我都用富有人工有我现实是我认定是不稳保留但的用途真正有是完。 xin yêu quang minh chân giới sĩ huệ dù tí sĩ quyên quan xin dù lý sĩ lây tình dối dù chân đăng chân quay quan trình nè dù kỳ lý lây sinh kinh minh tung khôi dù sĩ hú kỳ tình tình trình quang xin chân phù hú chân chân chỉ rồi lây linh chúng chọn xin dù đỡ dù chân dù chân chân chọn chọn dùng rồi dù lúa trình dân cùng đi can dân linh dị hoàn hiện tại là lên chọn những情况，我听讲就单只接入领传永久原种台主，或者是技术，也是要小伙儿火线和复活方派去，以上只有金钱和安个人安排内属于寒冬上，是属灵富人气象行，人文dan富有有既有明明可有情节人事件。 xin lỗi nghĩ cái phù dụ miếng chồng dụ lệ dụ sĩ sống dạng dụ Namo hela dada do la ye namo wali ye polu je sho pola ye potisa do po ye mohe sapatu po ye mohe jaja luarni je ya wong cha pula pari suda luar je namo je li boya mingali ya polo jerti shifola sling to po namolo la jen chi li mohe Poro shame ya sapo atoto shopengashi shu yun sapo sa dona mo posa dona mo poke mo pateto da shita onga polo shiarlo jarti shiarlo di jili mohe puri sato sa posa po mola moshi litu junjulu julu jemeng dulu pashe yari mohe pa share yer tioto la todoar diali nishi pula yesela shela momo palmo la mur diali yiji liji shirna ala shen pula she lipa pa sha fe pa shen Pola sheye hulu mola hulu jili shola jili shulu putiye putoye midili yellow la genchi dile se ni napoye morna sopo hejito ye sopo hemoshe jirto ye sopo hejito ye yishi po la yeso po helo la genchi so po he mo la lo la so po he ji le senga mo ke le so po he so mo he agito yeso po he she ji la agito yeso po he po to mo she ji to yeso po helo la genchi po ke la yeso po he ye mo Poli change la yeso po he namo la da na dola ye namo alia poloji dordi chopo la yeso po he hong Jidian du mando la bato yeso po he Bore bolo mil doshin jing kunji jai pusha jing jin bore bolo mi doshi jo jan wunyu kong du or yi ke ko sheli ji shebu yi kong kong bu yi shi she yi shi kong kong shi she sho jiang jing shi yi fu re shi she li ji shi ju fa空想不想不灭不过不见不见不然是故共用无些无受伤心息无压罗比些信息无些心情为抒发无样些那些无意识些无有名亦无名间那些无漏系亦无漏系人无苦集没掉无息无的，一无所得故，菩提萨埵一般人不落弥陀国，心无挂碍无挂碍故，无有恐怖愿力量就冥想就接涅槃，三世修复，一般人不落弥陀国的诺多。Lona sarn yo san porti kuji bore bolo mi ardo jir da shinjo jir da minjo shi wu shang zhou shi wu deng deng zhou neng chi yu ke a kujen shi bo zhou bore bolo mi ardo zhou shi a yor yor jer di bolo jer di bolo sheng jer di porti sa por he Nan mo foto yer, nan mo damo yer, nan mo senke yer, nan mo kunji jai pusal mo hesa, jora bajin jer, daji to, anjo jer, la fa to, di jen, bo mor ni mo, hebo deng mi lulu, di se ja, shola la da jer li, shaye hong ba shaye, an bo tal mo, Siendo morning shola hongan palato botan mi hong namo san man do moto nana bolari heto shero so long nan dajito anke keji hong hong ruwa la bola ruwa la diseja zishili shopoja shanda ja shili so wa he namo photo ye namo damo he ye namo sen ye hanji di hululuji duluji libo lipoji dadi boluli so wa he anamo bagawa di habalar mi da yuali ha nasubini shiji dar de zola jaya tata gera ye hala hedi sanyo sanboda ye darni yata hansari pasang sikeri bali syur dala mari keget nasang mawuke di shabawa bishaburi mahena ye dabali wali soha namo boke fardi pishashe julu bilu lurbo la pohela sheye dato jodo ye ala hedi sanmyo sanbo to ye dashi to hong pishashi sanmo jeji cho he ong mani bai me hong mageni yana jedu te pada jite jena we da like sa wo warta bu jili li jitage na bula na bula li ardo te taban na no malur jishula yeso heli po por dirto hekyo ker dirbo tolo ni dini he rar di pirin ni di moheb ker di jenin kyan di na moe mi to boye to ker to yer di to he mili tu popie mi lito gitan popeni lito pia jartan dia milito pi jarnian do ker mini ker no cito jar liso pohenama foto nan mo tamo nan mo senke namo sherli moheti pierda nir tobo li fulono sherli san mantuda sherni mohepi helo ker dir san mandojo boli dir puli no wali no da mobdi mo her dir ur dir dimo hem mile dir lobo sinker di jidi senkia jidi san mando dato dano polurni chúa tiền yên yuan rei sang pu hua thiên chun le hiu hu wo tong chong chun chi yu shon chun yu si min yan di yu o wei tian di yu wo beng jing or wan wu yu wo wei yi fu lu so shi shen yu o ma hung ching chi shi shen yi shi vi chen chen yen nang ra fu yi shi vi chan yan hing li jing Xing Chu Yan Ming Wu Nai. Ate he ye ya yogi chi mani to koko miki sumo poku wa o ki wa nixista mixtar ki he yo harna he yo harna he yo te ya to rabia kira he yo te ya to rabia Gina he yo te ya to hartar pi won kina hini yo te ya to hartar pi won kina hini yo Yahiyu nivahu yihiyu nivahu hiyu nivahu yahihu niva ni na her ner na hi yahi na hi ni na hiyu nivahu yahiyu niva hi ya ne ner na yani sini hawa na yani sini hawa na hiniswa virakini ni tui na hohu ni tui na hohu warasina na hohu warasina na hohu Nihima si asisi nihima si asisi. Om Nariyarda Virmahe Vasudevarya Mahitano Vishnu Prachudayar. Om Devakanandararya Virmahe Vasudevarya Mahitana Krishna Prachudayar. Om Tatporsharya Virmahe Sasracharya Mahadevarya Mahitano Ruva Prachudayar. Om Ganandarya Virmahe Vakranundarya Mahitano Dandi Prachudayar. Om Katyayanyay Virmahe Kanyar Komor Vyay Mahitano Durga Prachudayar. Om Vektavriyaya cha Vidmahe Kamaracharya Dharmahitano Devi Prachodayat. Om Mahadevriyaya cha Vidmahe Vishnu Pasnyaya cha Dharmahitano Lakshmi Prachodayat. Om Mjolnir Sjätsnigernjen Gheter Dendur Tidna Di Marchner Smor Tri Basirim Rulker Dir Trias Darmdora Dir Serch Tonata Silden Dora Dartir Nimotur Mesir Fum Chori Ilori Glaserin Sinlori Nenar Skarter Motur Ortil Dunti Asnim Tibas Gordesin on Mjornir Morginir Nadbad Nadbern Surdam Dorinar Starfin Runi Virbe Rohortar Ver Morich Rosortar Morich Romortar Morar Nivele Morich Nimtibas Furnirich Rofortar Morsterkin Nimrod Barnar Tier door Chonna door Glasna Dur Slin Nimele Thor Til Narcur de Benacur de Purtindon Fior Chur Namasiarde Origina Nur de on Murnir Senich Search Dar Semerak Konater Mina Siarde for Brenel Birois Nel Berdir Mo Searchar Del Om dun det orgel om al anus sjorster om leal mor om sin serchmerner kuba chartar serbiri sernar Serveib orier kota kor morlesa ruberatin spiritu noi forum sa domine esaluster hieru esaluster damne esaluster pan esaluster damne esaluster Krishna esalustur ster domine esaluster tur esaluster super populum turum domine benedicto tua Ateheye yayo, ateheye yayo, ateheye lo, nituni shila, wanyegele kekitaye yayo, nituni shila, wanyegele kekitaye yayo, ateheye lo, nitakuye wanyegele kekitaye yayo, nitakuye wanyegele kekitaye yayo, ateheye lo, Michinchi nante mayor ze arte heilo ini change kite te heilo arte heilo charun pawanchi charupi arte heilo Charyani pita arte heilo he tu cha heu charni ho heu tuercha heu acharni ho unko kile chaya heu ho unko kile chaya heu ho arte heyolo wanyan min marni ye Tatanka wan marni arte heyolo le chol mi kan kete lo yo Lecho mio konkite lo yo takumaka aicharka enamita wa ye lo yo takumaka achiarka enamita wa ye lo yo arte hey lo yo arte hey lo yo hey ya yo hey ya yo min ching shi te wakila che ye min ching shi te wakila che ye oya te ye ini chaga pikata che ye oya te ye ini chaga pikata che ye arte ye hey lo arte ye hey lo ha ye, e ya yo, he ye, ya yo, milakin hiu mi chi yarna, milakin hiu mi chi yarna, wawaka blake ye, wawa blakate ye, onchi he ye lo yo, onchi he ye lo yo. Poie cerni wasna wakingi nin kete purie cerni wasna wakingi kete onchi he yelo yo onchi he yelo le he ya he ye le he ya he ye kangi ye ya te ye chai ya waun welo kangi ye ya te ye chai ya waun welo ni ya te ye he we ni ya ye Hewe wan bali kaleshka wan yan niti yowe wan bali kaleshka wan yan nihin yowe miyokan kin walaki ye miyokan kin walaki ye walake hena walake he ya he ye ha he ya he ye ya ye min chingshi mita waye min chingshi mita waye ate hewe ate ya ete hewelo ate ya hewelo yani pikita ya hewelo yani pikita ya welo wasna waking kita ye wasna waking kita ye Lechi ya boy yeah Lechi ya boy yeah hey lo arte hey lo arte lina makuwe arte lina makuwe yeah pero one yan makuwe yeah pero one yan makuwe yeah aramakuwe yeah aramakuwe yeah ina heku misunkala che ya umani ye misunkala che ya umani ye ina heku wana sapita unchi zipa michu ye arte he lo he kina yanka agadi ye he kina yanka agadi ye one lechi ya wana sapita ke yar pilo one lechi ya wana sapita ke ya pilo one kinte wakagari ya yo one te Kagario arte heyulo mia one mayan cario mia one mayan cario kangio yarte one chanku wakagelo kangio yarte one chanku wakagelo yani piketa cha yani piketa kula heyelo Makasito marni yanuki okiye one bali oyate one hoyero arte heyelo mako one chaya okiye pete kinukiye kangi oyate one heyelo arte heyelo Arte heyelo leno wakan wakagache. Arte heyelo galekin han wakan wakagache. Arte heyelo chanalan pakin wakagache. Arte heyelo miokan mi chingshita herna. Kupiye mi chingshita herna. Kupiye makoche wan washte. Aya gali pik arte heyulu wana wicheshka atia wana wicheshka arte ye wihurta humani ukatarna ukarano kuyan wahinkite arte michuye wahinkite michuye wahinkite Michuya hiya wasna watinkite te ahia was na watching te was na watching te hanpa watching it hanpa watching it te wakila la he wo te wakila la one bali chala he kayelo one bleni chala he kayelo he yelo wakanyan in yarn king te one yan Inya kinkite changele shika waluza haniya wan kinkite changele shika waluza niyan kite wan wiwagyag upo wan wayagar upo ate heyelo ate heyelo. النشرة صارت بهذا وكنا تروح رنوجة زكبروش رارا مر بلوش بزكابو كنجرر كسم سكمنا بهنو معطي كنجبتو يميورو نبسكو معاري باشرب نبكرش زرمي نيش باراش زبش زفوت رمسوتين هن مكنو منارك بسيريس رابارا كمنو ترفنف نبو نبسكو مبتم تاشارو نبوين توين بوارو تبن سنو بسروين بنتروس من مهاجة طاي راس نتب أنا تبكي مرون نوتب نوتا ببتس نفرات هايدي مش زد أبو بهي تفالتو تانا مايك برتبسد برتبسد نبتوتب كنتاتب تاتا مهي تانا دم كنو والتر يو شابا سنگتي مهي أبان رويا شابا سكن منو أسنگتي مهي أب جوتي جو تابرم بيف كورو دار مركرو من أنا بترشش رادي بس رابين دي أمس أصحابي صار بوابي كمارن دي مانكا تقوبن روم ريكور سكيت وربركوبتي Heruta meru lestrate peru heno men heru tade roman atu heru benu heru so tapio kerapte dapti tam sebeto taptin keno penu somor pai ke kitni patete sam tuo osararien sentef me kerep seri keru semesep kerun kuries kerinus un metus men ketu tu batu isep kunishe sinese he suarpe ke kerapene men kenesum kentu suratish demis kenap depin tenui ari tenu menesne senenu arape kenpet ودبري روش أنا كنا مركب وعاف مسات وعاف كتوم كده رجال صوت نبور عملين من هذا البيت بدأ ترننا عن شجرة كده ويشير برسكن رن بين تدرجو تتعب وعبات كما بس كم تغير مع أبو كنت تبي جواب أبو مذهب كم رسوس كم تغير بنا في ميوتات كما باس بس البرباس وسن وعبس كما من هاد برا يسكت باشو تسر ديني هرين سياكرس أطار بكرس كرمن sermentet suitu ke musiku seprusnuri miskeri ke sermentet sermara sara papa sara perus sana kana mada pechurvan diam ka betu no robadi mari tes na para ben ke suas nas korties bom sana fam seku no mari tini mi tu por mati mane peru semin sekeru nekin sarkaru basra pada kada bekermeti alte bevna brasa de no bubu na tem separe ma babu turki nem ne frne ko sisorte pana temrete di tepu pada tatis pensumon minut nut sepakabushi serketu po normal toy person ken trunk of human ken and the ken mistu an ken menu the ken metu per tutor masu shuati koren charato an attendati nefati set within him sen so an excellent koi sorge tek snacken of kori poy kem jari o kori pi short nation in me getting said unum it wa pe ko apa tu ak nu ke kisun me wap sik me ko an in ti for petet me ti ko research per atum segna seketi ek temperature ti waram sek tu en kramo push or tu lecture men không có đẹp view sống cái đẹp chúng ta đánh này ni phu bộ đây mi sốt tech chưa khi nào tech nằm phui ni phu mình cầm bài cái sơ sơ ni phui wabu đi nghe thế mà trên giờ bên này đây đi cho giờ đây mà tí có cái mà rồi cái thế tụi đom sẽ này tụi mấy cái sắp thì you can have that là bài anh kêu ami tụi anh bên bên mà họ thấy mình đẹp là pro âm nên hết thọ thấy sắp tập tên mà làm cái nuôi hết you rek nước mình nhét này thì em sắp mà yêu cũng có một tâm là for the job sắp mà soi mà mấy cái này cũng soi Obra capreme de cat messentu na patem carre che di manu resek na patem na troi do ai ta parem shishini na cha kai gam na tu se je time so tu ek man na frueki also rem hotel te also rem hotel Embody masu body tabu kita ramadection to mutek neutronum nukin permanum termination in Natalina Nema Samrama, you boy not said Capernamen Totrodia thought set Capram that Tam Jared to Name Luna Musikusho Mohlerik, so it's pretty cool that I should bring name it recanted Kisuexaka Techno deck when Emperor to go up to that on backer to neck. Or no dam think you, Cubson voice neck toy and Mercury to all two Labrias Mentin winter my rule and when I might park him soon Petrus sets and that they did top the Pem Socket but in Kuta kept raw, Tadam Sanak, Guamaka, Cabranum, as a suitin to do put him kept Mutaf and Abu Narcotic Casudis and Nicky O with Benetis and in a cow Moama, Hoyt and 3 teams second in Vetan Termin as Stuart Henuk, she said, Urini Nefsmith Skere, call my engine, win the 3 on here. We test to message after 2 pages. I had in winning page and check no cap from to all Rona, but Masaru was to Maru with never the nation of Rushun Kukiri, this command in Kisaka Peru, Tavantafu, Mutaman for a person and wrong men and breaking Corona, who is a kind in the Misha, get the true nervous or rector, Grabam, Kikarek, and Merekondo into the use could have taken up now shot of town after awakening to the washer, was a tap and a washer, Messenger sort my into Pelgrim Stephanie said it can all go in and he said to Radi Sarabitaba Sharamba to what Shari he said Yaunom Signal Pukaparam Caprin Kapu and Mem Caprasha Capram Rantanum Mompami Urna and Karatan Banting Kabir and Murak and Mankibir every Saturday source of a Kukaram Kabimi to Ariu to Taranis the Resebi Watunayan Cabaret Seba Persiana Coronani over Conani for the Sarapani Sarawamar Shuaba was second Zuti Sabakaram or Ramekegu, Secretary of the Corinjo Taratu Mupetum Toim Net Carantana Marco Amunefs and maybe a Corina Burrastro, the Rush of Suamo, Amenem Secretary of American Maru Amunefs and through lips and lips can go up, Wapsik Mekan Karen Hill, Wabek Minute through some lips can go to Paricat, Kishro Perish Air Kai, sorry, Kaibir Kimikara Burkuno, America Beer, take Magnet, while Nash Frank with no bed, Chevetic and he had neck to come also new chemistry Chevetic you had substance connection me to an ambiguity, Sarkan and Kamin and Mental Lewis and Kaiser and Nisa, but I'm cutting a cord up a quarter, no reason would I go up a great, but number kept my cat and Saturn or that second to make him Gorka shoot tapatic and them shoot up to near better day, never daddy, open up any with some second up the cat and had to a new day of some new 4 months, 6% on the messenger. Martha's got up his rope up a sort of surface, Sarani and Capriwasan to Quebec came and water from Rapproach, no turning windy, the at Netty, never through Emas. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten, hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tools on the hidden road. The 5-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread these ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Zekia Compaziana Compa. Newt, Newt. Kepra, Rararu. Tum, Kansu, or Semitoki Shabu Banana Shamtrina, or Semitoki Shabu Banana Shamtrina, or Semitoki Shabu Banana Shamtrina, Abrada.
I woke up and I watched something or I thought of something. I started crying. I was right in my first I was right in the beginning of my day. So, like a happy tears, not sad, happy tears. It was a happy, somebody fucking gets it. Oh, shit. That's big, when somebody really gets it and, just a few words typed and you can really sense it. And it was a pretty nice moment. So obviously, I didn't get all that out of me. So what am I reaching for here? I'm reaching for something. I'm trying to sit down the whole time and be still, and my nose keeps trying to run off from me. We're not going anywhere. We'll be here for a while. But if you were not present before, it's just a bunch of blessings from different cultures in the entire world. It's funny. I don't know if you would consider it funny. I'm not exactly laughing. You might laugh. But we're so scared about somebody casting a spell on us or doing some shit. What religion have you heard? I mean, like, I've even looked into Satanists, and they're actually some pretty fucking nice people. If you really ever get to know any of them, they're really fucking nice, you know? And I learned a thing or two. I learned from everybody, anyways. But I mean, the only kind of group that I think of doing spells. I'm not saying this is the thing, but I'm saying, a mind that's familiar, public life shit. When I think of people doing evil spells against me, I think of Illuminati, the secret groups, those ones I don't know anything about. That's what I think about. That's what one would think about. But there's no like real main groups in the world. Like even if you know them, that's not the shit they're really up to. Yeah, there's some fucked up oddballs in the group and they slither their ways in and they cook up some kooky shit and they lead for a little bit or whatever the fuck shit gets out of way. This stuff happens, the ball gets fumbled, but I really don't know any group or organization in the world that says like we're killers, like we're doing spells against everybody. Raw, be afraid of us. There's no fucking organization like that in the world. I mean, not that we would naturally think of. My brain brings up some groups, but I don't want to mention that. That's not the point of this at all. But you know what I'm saying? Like when we hear some voodoo, some hoodoo, some questionable language going on, we're like, what the fuck is somebody trying to do to me? But that's not the regular mode of thinking that people are in. For the majority of people that I've personally talked to, and I've walked around and talked to quite a few strangers in my life, people just that's like I said, you guys are assholes. You guys are vindictive bastards, but it's just not the common thing. Usually, people are saying dumb shit. Like you're weird, and then I'm like, huh. All these weird years later, the word weird is connected to Norse legend. Let's see. Because I was called weird for a lot in my life. They continued, and I started and got old real fast. I was talking about that yesterday. There we go. Gotta love the internet. Brings up what I want. Well, I'll look it up later. But I know I've come across it, and I know it's connected right in there. And I think it's really interesting because I know it is the name of an individual. And their story goes back. I've got it in a book. I've read it before. I read it over in the blessings, and it's in the section with nothing but names of individuals. Maybe where people identify as to past accounts, past characters. But boy, I tell you what, if I told you before, I'll tell you again. And I got it. I got an article. We've shared the article. It's legit science. When you meditate, when you use words of power, even if you decide to speak in tongues, you can reach a particular state within your own body that you're going to produce your own high. You're going to produce your own substantial amount of DMT to have a freaking trip. You're going to produce enough cannabinoids in your own brain to feel high. And the reason why these are produced in the body, this is a scientific reality at this point. There's a lady they've documented who can enter a psychological trip, like a mushroom trip state, without no substance. Doctors around studying her, watching her. How she's doing this? Because she's making her own drugs in her body. Is it really a drug if you're making it inside your own body? I don't think so. I can't, whatever your technicals are. Anyways, this is so that we can resonate and connect with different dimensions. The substances that we find outside of us, they let us know what we're capable of. It's a shortcut. But when we actually put effort into life, into meditation, into actually going beyond surface level, we start activating portions within the body. We start awakening things of other senses. And science is right on the edge of all of these experiences that we seem to be having. Science is right up with it, doing studies, ongoing studies, all sorts of stuff. Love this stuff. Okay, I wrote something like yesterday. I haven't made a video yet. I'm pretty sure I'll make a video later. It says, Mothers and Fathers Trinities united as one divinity, embodying, let me start over. Mother and Father Trinities united as one divinity, embodying 33 degrees, realizing a new decree. I have no enemy. Life is serenity, abundant beauty, a new earth to see. You, me, and we, Gaia's family tree, all for one for all. Time to play a ball. Oh. Most people, they like to give the runaround. kind of funny when you run straight at things. I've run towards my problems in my life. If there's an obstacle, if there's an issue, I don't know how, I don't know why or what impulse ultimately, but I run towards that shit. Oh, I know why. I know why. I was a little kid and I literally watched as people ran away from their problems, like little kid, like 5 and 6 and 7 years old. Okay, I'm watching people run away from their problems, and as they run away from their problem is like it's like tethered off on a line to them. You ever seen a video where somebody puts a fake snake on a fishing line or something, and then they hook it on somebody's clothes, and there's a snake next to you, and they jump, they run it around. It's just a fake snake. It wasn't nothing was gonna harm you anyways. That seems to be like people's problems. They just they're tethered off by a long line, and people think they could just run and get away from them altogether. And in my life, I said, well, that doesn't seem to work because it always catches up and hits them with more force. By the time they stop running, that problem, like a freight train, smacks them down. So that's not going to work in life for myself. Well, let me try the opposite. And if that's not working, let me try the dire opposite. Let me run towards my problems. Let me run towards my issues. Let me find out why things are going wrong. Let me get familiar with it. And then as I grew up over the years, that's when I started understanding. I was understanding I was already doing it. I was already doing it. I was just understanding that I was already doing it. Is it keep your friends close and keep your enemies closer. Wow. Who's bringing the problem? The friend? But I don't look at it like enemies. You know what I'm saying. The issue of the bump in the road, the continual bump in the road. I guess the real enemy would be consciously aware to take me on. That would be an enemy. No enemy. People are only building at this level. There's only teamwork going on at this level. So everything else is a speed bump. I can't call that an enemy. It's more like an obstruction, object in the way. You probably got a better word you're pulling to your mind right now. So that changes it. That changes the whole construct of life. An enemy is constantly thinking against you and plotting against you. There's a lot of times people jump up and they say, I don't believe you. None of what you say is real. Okay, good. You keep that thinking. Because you think like that, you're not actually going to investigate the quantum mechanics and the real shit that's going on. Because you're not going to look into it, you're not going to become stronger, wiser, smarter, and challenge what I'm doing. Okay, good. Don't believe. Appreciate it. Why do you have to convince somebody that what you're doing actually works? Just let the results stand for what they are, and then people can't stand up to the results, and you're like, interesting, I didn't say anything, I didn't do anything bad. Teamwork works better. Teamwork. Team. Got a good team together. Man, this world, there's certainly a lot of inconsistencies in societal life across our whole planet. And I think we have all enjoyed the party days extensively quite well. partying's fun, right? But what did it accomplish? It required a cleanup afterwards. It required a cleanup. Somebody had to come in and clean up the mess that was left behind, that was created. Somebody's got to do it. So partying's nice and all, but damn, it's that clean. The world's got plenty of cleaning. It needs done. It needs done. And your voice, who you are, it matters. It goes a long ways. It goes farther than you think it does. What you write down becomes a magical spell. That's why they've really messed up things. They really want people to put all their notes in the computer, make sure everything's digitized. Because when you actually take a pencil or a pen and you actually write, when you spell those words out, sometimes I'll just turn the pages I write and I'll turn the page in the shape I want to create. And my writing will keep going to the center, or, I'll write it inwards or I'll write it outwards, and I'll just keep rotating that. And so the image can be seen. It's now a shape. Words in a shape? No, not some magical shit we used to do in grade school and didn't even know it. I say do it again. Jump into it if you never have. If you don't have a journal, get one. If you can't get one, make one. How hard is it? Grab some sheets of paper, poke some holes through it, wrap something around it. Bunch of sheets of paper will work too. But it's good to write. It's good to leave some things down for yourself. My mom did give me a big lesson, and I'll share that right now. In the same vein, this is how I am. I see all angles of things. My mom, that's on a magical level, and that's real. That should be done. Should be done. On another level, holy goodness, my mom, don't write anything. Don't fucking put anything in writing. I'll come back at you. Oh shit, everything's documented on what I'm saying here live every single day. I guess I kind of screwed that one up to the T. It did give me a bunch of trouble in the past. Boy, I wrote a bunch of, I was young. I wrote a bunch of love letters. And, well, a girl gave them to her dad, and he showed up at our house. So I don't do that so much no more, but gotta enjoy life. You gotta take some chances. I've been in some situations where everything around me, everything was like, don't write it down. And my heart wanted to write it down. My spirit wanted to write it down. Why are you telling me not to write it down? Is there something bad with me writing it down? No. So if I write it down, it's probably going to be at the disadvantage of all those sending attacks my way. That's what this feels like. Feels like I'm being bombarded by psychological attacks to make me not write something down. Let me make sure and write it down then. Oh my goodness. The energy feels so much better all of a sudden. Interesting. Things like that happen. We see a 2D object on the paper. That's it, just a 2D object. But what really is coming out of that is the entire quantum structure of that being accessible in this room. That changes things. That shape in this room changes things. Certain entities work really good when there's no boundaries. They like to cross the boundaries. They like to poke and prod, irritate. They like to just do whatever they want. In my time working with spirits, spirits are very much like children, the ones that we work with, in the sense that they need to learn how to do things. They need to learn what's acceptable. Legitimate experience, one of many, but this is on a smaller scale of the experiences. I'm working with a new spirit. I'm aware I'm working with a new spirit. How do I know a new spirit is within me and that I'm working with? I do. This is like this happened literally yesterday. Right, my knot. I do the tie when I do the tie knot right there. Right. Yesterday I did it backwards. See, the tie clip here is on there, and the way that I knew for a fact that I did it backwards is today that tie clip was on the top, because when I did it, I actually did it backwards flawlessly, without mistake, without a hiccup, completely backwards. And I was about to undo it. Nah, I already got it all the way done. I'll just leave it the way it is. But that's real. I had to change the tie clip to the top side. Boom. And that's how I knew another spirit was with me, because they were guiding my hands. My brain wasn't thinking about it. I do what I do every day, and my hands went in an opposite reversal way. Got the correct result anyways. All right. Interesting. There was another time, quite some time ago, um, I was doing laundry, and I normally fold things a certain way. And I was halfway through the laundry practically, and I noticed I was folding things backwards. Like, not the way I normally do it. But I was doing it so flawlessly, I was like, it'd be stupid to undo everything and then, like, just so that it all looks the same way. Let me just keep doing it this way I've been doing it, without even thinking about it. I'm not trying to I'm literally not applying thoughts to what I'm doing. I'm just fucking doing it. And that's how I can know that I'm working with a new spirit. That's how I can tell that someone else is with me. And they'll give different little things. I'm not one to drop trash on the ground and leave it there. I'm gonna pick it up. I want to sweep my floor in the morning. Yeah, I got a rug. I still sweep it. Um, and so, like, I don't like to leave it, even if it's in public. I rather put the trash in my pocket than drop it on the floor. I put it in a trash can as soon as I get to one. But that's just the way I am. And I'll be going along, and it'll be like, oh, I'll just leave the trash on the ground. It's okay. That's not me. That thought is not me. And whoever the I was chatting with or helping, there's someone else there I'm working with. Now I'm aware. And we do help spirits understand that certain behaviors are not good or not acceptable, just like we would another person that wants to learn. But I'm beyond teaching those basic lessons in life. Those are for other people to teach or get down or whatever the case on their own time. Love is the most powerful thing, because love will allow you to put things together that other people keep divided up. My life, my journey, um, people, the gold is in people. It's not in structures. Even in all the ceremonies in the temple, I've been to two temples technically in my life. So I say temples. It's not like I've been not like I've been a bunch of places or whatnot. But where I've been, I know what I would want if I had my own place. And shrine, the primary shrine would not have a statue. It would not have, it would have a seat. It would have a throne seat resonating at great energy. And that would be for people to take that seat and have a ceremony performed for them. That's what it would be. The value is in the people. The ceremonies are important. The ways are important. The structures. I do it in the form that I do. Others have much more um, um, ability to sing and make it sound beautiful. And what I read over, some of those portions they can take 30 minutes to read over themselves, just by themselves, just because it's more of a song. It's more drawn out. And in my own mindset, I'm not trying to draw anything out. I'm trying to pack as much as I can together, because that's going to be the spell, that's going to be the concoction, that's going to be the brew, that's going to be the stew, it's going to be the sauce. And what you can put together, what you can bring together is unique. And I don't know, it's something I go back to where I read it earlier. I wrote it yesterday. Mother and Father Trinities united as one divinity. And it was like the Trinity of the Mother and the Trinity of the Father would bear that six. And in numerology, six is love, man. Six is love. That's why the most marriages happen in June. If I'm not mistaken. And look it up. Pretty sure I got that one correct. But that would make a lot of sense, being able to forge, to unify masculine and feminine, fire and ice, and bring them together in one place. They've invented some interesting technology lately, and normally it was an engine that AI produced and gave instructions for, and they built the engine, and they knew the process. It was too extreme. It was going to melt the metal. There's no metal strong enough to like keep up with whatever they were doing. I forget the name of it or the process, whatever. Though what the instruction that they received was to use, I'm going to use the wrong words, but to use a liquid cooling agent so that the outside of the metal was practically frozen, like ice cold frozen, like nitro and whatever. I'll use the wrong words, I don't know. But they kept it super, super ice cold on the outside, and it allowed the engine to run. It allowed that engine to actually operate what it needed to without being destroyed by the intense heat on the inside. So ice and heat being used together to create something that normally wouldn't exist. And this is the dynamic of our evolution of humanity developing into our next phase of awareness, of working with each other. Each single one of us being able to see the past, future, and present of what would be equivalent to a fire source, and what would be equivalent that also, on the other hand, to an ice source, to a frigid cold source. I like to think of ice It's got the water element. It's got the water element. You get that close enough to the fire, we got water, baby. The right temperature, we could cook anything up. We could create life. We could do good. We can be masters of our environment. And a master of their environment, I've said it before, a master is someone who can keep walking regardless of what's happening. We can always improve the situation. We can always make something better. The master, they're not stuck. They're never at a dead end. They're going to find something else to be able to do and work with. And that's what we can do, each one of us, and not be locked into the past types of behaviors. To a new good world, I'll tell you what. New moon energy. So, in this day, and personally for me, the next 48 hours, new moon energy is a whole bunch about setting new intentions, what you want to do, what you want to accomplish. And literally, this is on a moon cycle. By the time the full moon comes around, we would have accomplished that which we wanted to do. And so we're not looking for impossible, crazy dreams, but something we want, something we're searching for, something we want to grow to or develop, obtain, something we can actually earn. And so we set our intention and visualize it during this time, and this time right now, next, I say 48 hours personally. That time can stretch a little bit. And setting that intention nice and firm with the new moon energy by the time, again, by the time the full moon comes around, that's something we would have accomplished. And that's why, especially when it's a full moon, the next time it's a full moon, if you take note of it and you happen to have a car and drive, notice how people are driving on that particular day. You're going to notice they're rushing, they're cutting people off, there might be accidents, people are a-holes on the road. Why? Because it's a full moon and their soul is saying you need to finish what your intention was, and the person's like, I didn't set no intention. What the heck you talking about, soul? If they did talk to their soul. So, and they just feel this urge to hurry and rush. And truly getting into the cycles with the planets, with the stars, with the moon, really helps us get into staying in our own vibrational energy of love, living one vibrational energy, staying in tune with it. The world does, it tries to pull us off in a lot of different ways. Twenty-ninth is the full moon, good to know. Yeah, so it's like 2 weeks pretty much. I don't know if Chilean Omar's still here. Like, permission to step aboard, Captain. Absolutely. And actually, it's an interesting reality is when one goes on a journey, on a shamanic journey, on a spiritual journey, we wind up working with different spirits. And these spirits that we help, they will oftentimes have two options. One option is to move on, be free, go and live whatever they want, transform, next life, incarnation, whatever. They can choose that because we help them get to the point where they could be free of the constraints they were stuck within. A lot of times I've found personally that these spirits like my energy and they want to hang around. And I got a bunch of spirits that hang around. I was just like, I started referring to it as a ship. Got a bunch of crew. They all do their own thing though, and everybody's good at something. As long as we don't hurt each other, things go smooth. I've had some spirits, man. I've had some spirits, and they kept acting a fool. And I was like, well, if you won't keep doing that, I'm just going to send you on. And they kept acting a fool, and I was just like, all right, bye. And I never heard from them again. I know how to do that one enough. The spirits, some of them, they have a human body. Most of them, they don't. That's why I really think of, when we think of angels, we think of feathers. The wings, right? We think of feathers, birds' feathers. In this context, I stare every day at Anpu, at Anubis, weighing the heart against the feather. If your heart is lighter than a feather, you're good to move on. You learned the lessons you needed to. And if each heart was a feather on the wing of an angel, then it allows the angel to fly because of the hearts, because of the pure hearts. It took several feathers. It takes many feathers to put a bird in flight. It's not just one big feather. They got their tail feathers, and their wing feathers, and blah, blah, blah. Every feather is a heart. We will make it far together. That's for sure. That's something that I paint in my mind. That's a picture that I have. All of our hearts resonate at the same energy. So then we're going to move in the same direction of life. We're going to have perhaps different experiences, but we're going to grab, gosh darn, same lesson. We're going to learn what we need to learn out of whatever situation we went through, and that's what brings us together. That's where we see we have a commonality because we have some type of moral, some type of sense of mind. It says, I give a fuck. Versus everything else I've seen in this world. And when we start feeling that connection, when we see that and that resonates on a regular basis, man, collecting the memories. I can't say I've never done this, but I haven't done it like in this context. But I've had nice, good, long conversations with people, chatted up, and really resonated some good times. And they only had a few bracelets. They didn't have many or anything like that. And they gave me a bracelet. Boom, put it on my wrist. There was this one lady. She looked like a traveler. She had bracelets all up and down her hands, And she was a gypsy, bro. The way I saw it, she had the metal bands going all the way, man. She had, oh man, she had a lot of them. I was like, yo, that's that. I like that. She literally takes the bracelet off and gives it to me. Boom. Other people I was talking with, I got a turtle around my throat on one of these that's here. It's a stone that's in the shape of a turtle, of a sea turtle. And a lady had given it to me as a bracelet. She gave it to me as a bracelet. But that bracelet broke. You know, them elastic bands, they're not going to last forever. And so I reformulated that. And it's really nice when those kind of things happen, those kind of memories are added up and built up, because it's literally like the body itself becomes the temple. The body itself, for me, I grew up seeing our family pictures on the walls. My mom had family photos on the wall. All the pictures she took and stuff, she'd go through, you know, and she'd change them out, what was on the wall from time to time. But our house always had pictures on the wall of our family. Well, I don't have a bunch of pictures of my family anymore. I lost all my stuff. I lost that part of my life, went down the crapper. So I got a new family. I found a new family to surround myself with. Uncles and moms, dads, and everything. Fuck it. I got pictures. I got more than pictures on my wall. But going back to the self, that's what all of these items started becoming. They started becoming memories. Like this one particular piece right here. There's a lady, and her mom and dad had since passed, and we had chatted quite a bit. She wound up giving me this piece. Her mom and dad got it over in Egypt. Like, it was so special. Like, why don't, like, I don't think I did not ask the question. But it was like, why don't you want to keep it? That's so special. Why wouldn't you keep that? Why wouldn't you give that to your daughter or something? Why to me? Now I kind of know the answer to that. And so it's a memory of her, of her parents. Boom, that's the centerpiece on my chest. It's a memory, you know. And so for me, my body, I look around, I look in the mirror, and I see memories. I see pictures. I see moments of the past, good moments, happy memories, you know, smiles, appreciation, heart energy. And so I treat my environment like that. I know what my internal environment is. And so I allow my external environment to reflect that to the best of my ability. Whether people understand it or not, that's, I can't, I wrote a book, but I can't explain myself to everybody like that. I can't go around explaining myself to everybody. I'm pick who I'm going to do that with. I'm going to choose who I'm going to share my most intimate details with. I've talked with some people, and they asked me personal questions after making comments that were like daggers to my heart. Well, you haven't been talking to me like a friend talks to me, and now you want to know some intimate details of my life? Nah, that don't add up for me. I don't know what it adds up to. I don't care to investigate what it looks like, but I know it don't add up for me. So I literally block that person. Block. And 2 weeks later, somehow an email comes in through them. Did they make another fucking email account? Block. Alright. Something else happens or comes through, I'm gonna hit block. Fucking, I don't care. So I don't have a fucking phone number. Can't call me. Can't fucking bother. You really want to fucking get a hold of me? You'll drive to my fucking door. They'll say, hi, bro, what's up? And I'll be like, what? Yo, let me put some coffee on. People like to hide. They don't have a good poker face. They're really bad at lying. So they do as much as they can from a distance to affect you the most. May we learn to help each other every day. Well, okay, let's see. When you pick on my family, well, that's done. That one I'll talk about. I'll drop that hammer any moment. That's how that one rolls. A punk with a punk with no tactics. Are you still here? Let me know if you're still here because I want to give you a response to your question. And I liked your name because I'd like to give you some tactics. But I have a feeling they may be gone. But I'm sure there's plenty of other people who would enjoy an answer to that question. And I like the way you put it. Let's see. Let me go back a little bit. User asked. He said, "Lapis will draw intensity to you like crazy. Are you wearing it?" Yeah, I got lapis lazuli on my headband. I've got lapis lazuli over here, and I've got some down here. Yeah, most definitely. But a punk with no tactics. He said, "I'm confused, but I really don't want to offend you. But what are you?" Okay. So, at this point in my life, on a technical basis, what am I currently? I'm moving into the energy of Venkateswara, which is a avatar, a form of energy of Vishnu. Vishnu is the preserver. Vishnu is one of the three trinities in which his preservation is his main quality and trait. Shiva is the ability of transformation and destruction, then transformation, or maybe we can just transform without destruction. However, Shiva needs to operate. And then we have Brahma. Brahma is the creator. So we have creation, we have preservation, and we have destruction slash transformation. And so in those, Venkateswara is an avatar of Vishnu, and that's the current energy that I am embodying. What I've done to explain that is at first I was born and raised a Jehovah's Witness for 27 years. Then my mom dies, who's my best friend, my daughters, my wife, everybody's freaking gone. Nobody wants to have anything to do with me. And my daughters have since passed on in the year 2022. And, anyways, it was a car accident. So, throughout my life, I, um, from Christianity, I started to worry. And I put my trust in God. And I said, I'll follow you, God. Wherever you want me to go. You said you'll take care of me? All right. You said, don't worry about anything. You got it covered. I don't like to fucking worry. I'm not a person who worries. I'll be a warrior. I'll motherfucking destroy an obstacle. I'll conquer anything, but I don't care to worry about a damn thing. So I followed my king. Because as a Jehovah's Witness for 27 years, I realized people talked about Jesus and God and shit, but they worshiped man. They did not recognize they had a king. Last time I checked, if I have a motherfucking king that's at my side and telling me to eat at his table, holy shit, there's protection that comes with that. That's a motherfucking king. Have you ever been around a king? I don't think so. Being around a king is different. It's a whole fucking different reality, different presence and everything. Whoa. Whoa. I got a fucking king. Okay? So I'm gonna go with that one. And throughout the journey, I started to learn about people from other parts of the world. And the spirit guided me to contact my neighbors who I never knew and go to places I'd never been and be part of families I never thought I'd even know a custom existed of it. I didn't know people even like made food like this. What? Do I like it? I don't know. Serve it to me. I'll try it. That tastes good. Ooh, is it too spicy? It's great to me. You sure? I love it. Wow, that's interesting. Well, I'm from Texas. We put fucking peppers and jalapenos and everything. Shit. I got a jar of jalapenos, along with my meal. I like the spicy. I'm fitting in. And I learned. And what my king, what the son of the father and the mother showed me was that I'm a king of my own body. I'm a king of my own soul. I'm a king of my own temple, not of anybody else's. That's all theirs. That's yours. You got your own. This is for me. This is me. This is mine. And by being that king, by understanding that I am that king within, then I can choose to do something different. I do not have to be stuck by the guidelines of other people that are making rules because they would do something bad. If they were given all of that, they would do something bad. If I was given all of that, I'm only going to do something good with it. I don't care what it is. I'm only going to do something good. If I can't do something good with it, I don't want to work with it. Only something I want to formulate something positive for the world, something positive for my fellow human. And I've been able to learn freely of divine wisdom because God, the Divine Father and the Divine Mother, they're not prejudiced and they do not have a fucking religion. They're creators of life. They're a mother and a father. People look at divine beings and look. Anyways, getting back to what I was originally, why I was mentioning this. So I became aware of the shamanic path. I became aware of the shamanic path because I wrote a book of myself. Before I got into Egypt, before I got into Hebrew, before I got into tarot, before I got into anything like that. Remember, I was, not anymore, I was a Jehovah's Witness. The spirit, be careful what you fucking with. Demons and shit are real. Don't fuck with that shit. Right? So before I got into anything, I wrote my own book of my own experiences that I was having. And I came to understand that I was going through shamanic initiation rites. Nobody was around me. No guru, no teacher, no organization, nothing. I was going through it by myself. And these anomalies that I was going through, I was asking other people, did you see this? Did you see that happen? And you remember the other thing? And nobody could fucking see anything. Everybody I asked, nobody could see shit. So I made my own journal and I started taking my own notes and I started writing everything down. I saw it fucking happen. That happened there. Boom. That was the information. That's how I felt. Boom. Boom. Kept a log of that. Kept a journal of that. Then I get to a point where I'm living in the woods. And in the embers of the fire, I see before me a very interesting shape. And I'm like, this is unique. This is fucking unique. So I got my journal and I wrote that, I drew that shape in my journal. And then as soon as I drew the shape, a word popped into my head. Kokula. Ko-ko-la. The universal understanding of all. The fuck? The universal understanding of all. The fuck? I didn't. If anything, I'm smoking some weed. Might have had some booze, but that's not a primary for me, so that was a maybe. Uh, Probably did not have booze because I was homeless, and booze is not on my top of the list. That's a, ooh, hey, I'm doing really good. Yay, I can have a little extra thing in life, once here or there. Anyway, so that probably wasn't part of it, and that came through, and I wrote it down, and along with that word kokula within, which I expounded on, which became this book, this language, said it doesn't matter. Said kokula, it's not a name, it's not a god, it's not a title, it's nothing personal like that. Kokula says that I connect with the Divine Father and Mother in a very unique form, because that's how I need to see them. That's how I need to speak with them. That's how I relate best. And you relate to Divine Mother and Father however it is you relate. Whatever name, whatever form, whatever shape, however it is you see and need to talk to them best, that's how you see them. And that's the power, legitimate power of transformation that the Divine Father and the Divine Mother has, because they will wrap into a form that we can view them. They will subject themselves to our perception so that we can make some type of connection. Is that their true end all be all form? No. Hell no. We have to put them in a goddamn image, and that's okay. Now I can see it. I know what I'm working with now. That's not it. That's just a fraction of who they are. So Kokula says, the understanding of all. You're connected to source. I'm connected to source. I relate one way, you relate a different way. It doesn't invalidate. There's no invalidation. They're both equally accepted. They're both equal and true. I don't need to learn your way. You don't need to learn my way. I'm just gonna respect it and accept it. Boom, Kokula. Damn, that's what the fuck? Okay. And I kept writing that down. And I found in many ways we are on that shamanic initiation path, so that's why I wrote that book. And if you do want a copy of that book, yes, it is published, but I will send you a free PDF copy of it if you like. Just shoot me an email, and I'll send you a free PDF copy. No sign up, no spam junk, no nothing. You just send me that, I'll send you a free copy if you're interested. But I got onto the shamanic path. I became a legitimate shaman. Declared in a temple, legitimately. I shared the experience yesterday. And then I moved on to being an oracle, a living oracle. The words coming out of my mouth are literally giving solutions to future problems. I'm literally guided to go to a bookstore to get a very specific book. I go in, I look for, I've never been to this bookstore before, but I know they're there. I walk in, I ask the lady where the book would be. I go and I look. There's not a single book on the shelf. Not a single book. She said it'd be on that shelf. And that shelf was fucking empty. I looked at above. I looked a little bit below. But that shelf was fucking empty. I walk up. I look around, go into the back area, check that out, grabbed a book or two. I think I grabbed one other book, maybe two. I'm walking out, and I look back at that shelf, and the book I was looking for was on the shelf. The exact one the Spirit guided me to get. Said would be there. Was there. Weird as who? I grabbed the book. I walk up to the lady. I said, how much? She said, paperback, 50 cents. The book's this fucking thick. I'm not kidding. It's a fucking thick ass. I got it right there. It's a thick book. 50 cents. Take my money. Take it. I lived that for long enough. And then I learned from Christian to Jewish to Eastern to Egyptian, Kemetic, to all the way around the world, Indian, Hindu, I've learned that the reality of the divines, these are energies that we can embody. We can actually embody this energy. We can actually resonate this energy. This is why the ceremonies were in place, because it wasn't just for a statue. The statue was for practice. Remember the image of the first one that was here that actually embodied this energy. That's why we're remembering it. Because on a very true, technical, legitimate historical basis, I don't give a fuck what you read or find on AI or any look up on here. If you actually went to the temple and talked to the motherfuckers writing the ancient scrolls, you'd know that statue, that Morti, that replica of the divine in that spot, the priests were just regularly practicing the ceremony. Because when the shaman, when the living oracle was ready to transform into a different divine energy, they took out the Morti, they took out the statue, and the shaman, the living human, went in its place. The ceremony was performed in the sequence of resonance with the four pillars, with the sounds, with the colors, with everything, the fire. All of this is literally a formula, just like companies use to put their signs to make you think a certain thing when you see their image. Color manipulation creates thoughts in the mind. Word synchronicity and arrangement will create patterns within the mind for structures that it wants to do. And then the body's going to do it. And you're like, I don't know why the fuck I'm doing it. This happens every day, no matter where the fuck you go in this world. Just turn about, except the wilderness, and that's going to get you zenned and magicked into the right energies there. I found out about this. I found out this reality. I applied these realities to myself after I learned them. I created my own concoction. I created my own formula by divine direction. It was not my idea to do it. It was not my, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to affect it like that. The divine was like, do this, and this, and then this, and then this, and you got all that together separately? And I'm like, yeah, and that's that, and that's it. And they're like, okay, put that together, arrange it how you would see best. And I was like, oh, okay. And so then I started arranging it, and I put that brew, I put that concoction, I got that stew together. And then I performed that ceremony, that type of ceremony. I performed it for no less than 84 people in the year of 2023 when I was running a metaphysical shop and I could do what the fuck I wanted to. And we made some motherfucking money, I'll tell you what. Not on the ceremonies. Ceremonies were free. I don't charge for those. Those were free. If you're down for it and you're up for this kind of shit, come on in. You want to call it a sound bath? You want to call it a soul upgrade? You want to call it a baptism? I don't give a shit, but you want to feel a gajillion times better when you walk out of this place and it ain't going away. I literally, not over and over and over, I would have people come back and they would say, when I left this place, because I do the sound bowls and stuff, or maybe I'd say a blessing for them, and they come back and they would say, I'm not lying. When I left this place, I felt high. And I felt high for 2 days. It didn't go away. I felt high for 2 days afterwards. Mm-hmm. Yep, because your soul's active, because your chakras are ticking. You feel a buzz going on. And that's because there's legitimate life. The tree of life is actually starting to fucking grow, bro. And that's what they're feeling. People are like, what are you high on? Oh, fucking energy of life itself. Once you get these gears going, everything else in the world is like, dude, that was a bunch of fucking joke. Sure, I'd like to have one if I could have one, but I ain't going out of my way to get it. I got enough good right here. Shisha. We look for the best things in the world outside of ourselves. Maybe it's in somebody. Maybe it's in something. It's inside of you. It's inside of you. It is you. That's what you're looking for. It's your choice to change your life at any moment. If you're unhappy with where it's going, you can change things. Oh, I have a house and it's stuck there. You can fucking change things. You could go for a drive. You know what me and my mom would do? I love my mom for this reason. She would save up money, and then out of the blue, on a Friday afternoon, after work's done, we go get ourselves a bite to eat and say, fuck it. I don't care if traffic's there or not. We got some good tunes on, we got a bite to eat, and we're headed to Dallas. We're going to go to an art show for the weekend. We're going to head to the beach. We're going to go enjoy the beach for the weekend. Got a little beach house we rented for the weekend. We're going to drive. One time we drove 4 fucking hours in the country, just over hills and all types of shit, to find some hole in the wall burger place. Because I'll tell you what, those are the best places to eat. To find a good burger at, my goodness. And what we enjoyed the drive and everything. You could change things up at any moment. And I find that little change up, man, that could give the mind just enough time it needed to figure out a thing or two to do things differently. I change patterns so often that if I don't change a pattern within a certain, I don't want to say time, but within a certain phase of life, I feel like I need to change things. I need to do something different. I need to shake it up. Other things I know are really good and I need to take care of them. I don't need to shake those things up. I need to care for them. I need to make sure their surroundings are stable. I need to make sure things don't get bumped up and fall and this and that. You know, protect it. There's a lot of different mindsets to be in. There's a lot of different states of mind to be aware of. And one thing that I am aware of is if that I focus on anything, I'm going to lose sight of something else. So then that's why I use my memory, I use my brain, use my thoughts, because I want to remind myself. That's why I'm not afraid of my tears, and that's why I'm not going to run from them. Happy tears, I'm not going to run from them. Sad tears, I'm not going to run. I don't care what my tears are. I'm not going to run from it. I'm going to run towards them. I'm going to embrace them. I'm going to embrace that energy. There's a lot of times in the world, and for the majority of individuals, I say the majority. Um, I'll go back to a personal temple experience, but this translates into the whole world. People want to see the event. At the ceremony, their eyes are peeled on the shrine, on the priest, on the things going on physically in front of them. They're hearing what's being spoken, they're taking it all in. New moon gathering or full moon gathering, like Stonehenge or some young people getting out, coming together. We want to see it for the energy, we want to bask in its direct energy of that energy coming through. For myself, personally, completely personal, it's all about just sitting still for myself at those moments. It's all about just being still because that energy I know is going to permeate this entire world, every surface, in and out. It's microscopic, quantum, whatever you want to call it, the fermions or whatever words they got for quarks or whatever. These things that move through our atmosphere and they go right through our bodies. They go right through rock. They go through everything. They just keep passing through, just keep moving through. And I believe these are more excited at particular cycles of the moon and different planetary alignments at different junctures like this. And truly to absorb it for myself, that comes to being still. Still in my thoughts, still in my presence, not seeking ahead, not thinking necessarily back, but still in my presence. And in that, I can hear, I can pick up those cues of the environment and be aware of things that other people are going to miss, people are not going to pay attention to. It's not my job to bring out every single one of those little details to everybody. I do my best that I can, whenever there's an update or something going on or something I notice, that's for sure. I know this new moon energy is pretty powerful. I was feeling it yesterday, and that was certainly a reality, and that energy's still kicking. Thanks, Invincible One. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate that. Been listening for a couple hours, and bro's actually chill. Most definitely. Um, let's see. Yeah, for a second, you're like, he'll look for the chat shortly. Boom, boom. All right, let's see. Lizzie had a comment. Gotcha, Lizzie. Lizzie Hatch. Lizzie Hatch. So, I did yesterday, and it felt awkward. I wanted to, but it just felt awkward. So at the beginning of the day, essentially at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, that's what time we go live. If you're in a different part of the world other than the U.S. or along that, it's -4 GMT. I believe would be 5 a.m. where I am, and that's when I go live each day. And by 5:30, I might get started by 5:20, but by 5:30, I start going over a blessing that lasts for, I think at minimum it's an hour and a half at this point, and it just continual blessings in a multitude of languages. And I'll tell you this much, Lizzie, the fact that we're connecting in this moment, there's blessings going out and towards you. You can be guaranteed of that. I say awareness is the key to eternity because by being aware, we can actually make a choice. If we're not aware, there's no choice that can be made and we're stuck. When I become aware of something, my spirit isn't, I know that my energy is not restricted to my body alone. And I've had some very interesting other occasions with other individuals, and I'm not necessarily asking you to share whatever's happening. But one person, they mentioned what was happening, and I actually said specifically, may that stop, may it go away. And they actually sent me a message the next day and they said, thank you, the pain went away. And I, I said, are you serious? It really went away? They said, yeah. Amazing. The spirit's connected. Spirit's connected. So you, I know if somebody's asking for a blessing, shit, my soul is like, send it out, send it out. Bro is a coffee fiend. I lived at this one house, and like it'd be freaking bedtime. I'm going to bed in like 30 minutes, and I'm drinking a hot cup of coffee, and people were just like, "You're strange," and I'm like, "I like coffee." But I've explained it before. I've been through a lot in my life. I've lost a lot. Um, Not just things, people, family, daughters, life endings, stuff like that. And it seems like at every farewell, I'd be drinking coffee with someone else. There might have been food, there might have been other things, but it seemed like coffee was always present. So whenever I've been having a real important, deep conversation at the end, sharing whatever we got to share because we know we ain't going to see each other again, coffee is a good reminder of that for me. It's a good, I don't know, I just, something I choose to keep apart. I like that memory, I like that idea. Uh, Fish Whisperer, it's interesting. He said, how do you have time for this, even if they're still here? This is my life. Um, this is what I do with it. This if I This is my interest. This is what I love to talk about. I can't find anybody who wants to talk about the spirit for freaking 8 hours straight and then talk about it some more and have a new idea and talk about it some more. People usually get droned out. Oh, this isn't their flavor. This isn't their cup of tea. This isn't, they're too afraid. They're too this, they're too whatever. I don't give a fuck. Be whatever you want to be. But I know what I'm into. And so this is my life. This is where I've made my life. I've been homeless 7 months ago, 8 months, 7, 8 months ago, whatever. I was homeless. I'm in my 40s. The reason why I was homeless was because the spirit, I was down in New Mexico. Spirit said, I got a place for you, but you're going to have to rough it for a bit. And out of the blue, out of nowhere, I didn't think it was going to be possible, but I was able to get someone who cared enough, drove from top north of America all the way down to New Mexico to pick my butt up and bring me all the way up north. And I was homeless for 2, 3 months and I made it work. And in the morning, I went to a Celtic church. And in the afternoons, I went to a Hindu temple. And some days I just spend most of the time at the Hindu temple, and some days I'd spend most at the church. And those are my two primary places where I'd hang out. And then somebody broke their arm at the temple and they needed help washing dishes, so I started washing dishes. I'm homeless and washing dishes. And I'm saying 3 hours plus 3 hours of blessings every day. I'm spending even more time at ceremonies and enjoy and being part of that life. And then somebody at the temple says, hey, I got a place, I got a room, you can stay right there, you don't have to pay nothing. Boom, boom. One thing turns into another. One of my videos goes viral. Went fucking viral. I think it's at a high 3 point something million or 4.3 million. It's somewhere around there on the views. And it got, anyways, and within 24 hours practically, where I was staying, they were like, you got to find somewhere else to live. And I was like, interesting. And I asked for donations, and somebody helped me and set up a GoFundMe. And a buddy comes over and says, "Hey man, if you can get $500, we've got a room open." I said, "Fuck." I wound up getting $500, and I was able to literally within 48 hours. I had five. I got 250 one day. I got 250 the next day. Donations online. What the fuck? And I had a place and a roof over my head. I've had a roof over my head because of donations. So every single day before this, before I went viral, I'm spending a multitude of hours a day sending out blessings to fucking strangers I don't even know. Who gives a shit? But I know I'm speaking blessings into this world, and that's all I want to do with my life. And one good thing turns over to another, and shit, it's been a good 6, 7 months. I got a constant roof over my head, and that's because of the kindness, the love, what exists. Money has not been the pinnacle of my life, nor is it. My YouTube channel's not even monetized. If you want to donate some money, if you appreciate getting a free copy of my book, whatever the case, my GoFundMe's connected. You can click my picture and it's got my GoFundMe. You click that, direct link. I've been able to pay rent for quite a few months and keep a roof over my head, and this is a life that I choose regardless of what the world provides for me, whether I got a roof over my head or not. This is what I'll do for the rest of my life, whether people are watching or not. How do I got time for this? I decided to make this my life. And I took all the consequences that comes with it. I took the losses. I didn't fight. People taking things that belong to me. People saying that they want to take my ex. I'm on all my kids now. My kids, you I don't want you blah blah. Change the last names of my kids. Alright. Go on, do whatever you want. In this world, as far as greed and lust, that's the thing. I identified that when somebody has greed, when they have lust, when they have vengeance, when they have a deadly trait coming out of them, they don't really realize how much they're in it. And that's when I just back out. Because I don't know about you, but the reason why I don't get in fights is because that's just going to be ended permanently. Like, call me to war. If the world is like fucking losing its shit, alright, put a gun in my hand, let's go kick some ass and bring some justice. But other than that, as long as we got civility and the world's still doing its thing, I don't need to be fighting. I don't need to be doing none of that. I'd rather bless with life and goodness. That's my choice. That's my ability. And I think that's what people don't. Maybe that's where a lot of people miss things. I've seen people stick in things. If you've ever heard somebody make the comment, "I'm in it till the wheels fall off," I think it's a stupid comment, but I get what it's saying. You're in it to the end. No matter what happens, you're in it till it ends, till it's done and over. For fact. Can't start it up again. But for me, I'm gonna look at something. I'm gonna evaluate that something. I'll get involved with it a little bit. I'll back out of it a little bit. And then if it's really worth it, I'll say, you know what? I'm in it. And when I'm in it, I'm going to live it every day. I'm going to pursue that to the utmost limit. I don't care what pushes me back. I don't care what loss I have. I'm going to meet my goal. I'm going to have that arrow of my intent meet its target of manifestation. It's going to happen. That's just, that's just that. The choice of what one is committing to, knowing where they're going to go once they get to the top. Because just because you get to the top don't mean life is all peaches. You still got to, you think about somebody at the top, they still got to get supplies up to the top every time. You know what I'm saying? You ever seen somebody that lives up at the top? Got to get fucking materials up there. And if a helicopter can't get up there, they got to be walked the fuck up there. Just because you're at the top don't mean it's all peaches and shit. Still a whole lot of more work to keep doing, and that's just life. That's life. We're gonna be building something, and that's why I admonish every day to live one vibrational energy, and that's your joy, that's your happiness. Because by doing that, you're not going to see it as work. It's going to be play. It's going to be enjoyable. That's what you're into. That's what you want to study. That's what you want to experience. So I'm looking forward to every next day because it's a bunch of question marks. I'm happy I don't have answers of where I go next. I'll figure out where I'll go when I get there. But until then, I'm going to pay attention to my journey and where it is currently. Take in my environment. Take a couple snapshots. Fuck that. You want to talk about humanity having lasers? Yeah, it's real. You want to talk about one fucking group running it? Mm-hmm. It's a whole bunch of components to this world. Lasers are real. I'm talking about it more and more. All that I saw on the news said the age of Star Wars is amongst us. Lightsabers and lasers. Technology's been around for years. People just can use it in a handheld fashion now. As the technology that we get, it just trickles down. They've been developing this shit and had it for the past 20 to 40 years. It's just like the computers originally. When we first saw the computer that they gave us was the size of a room, and now this thing has more power and capability than a whole fucking room that's a computer back when it first came out. So this stuff's been around. It's nothing new. It's just been packaged and branded and handed out. So these types of technologies come out more and more and more and more. And I continually urge the construct of using these types of technologies to heal and to do good rather than using them as a weapon. We use weapons enough in this world and we have been hit hard enough. We don't need to design more weapons of how to hurt each other more. We need to design remedies of how to heal each other. And that's where I focus every single day. Y333. I like that's a good one. I just wrote this yesterday, which I think is a really good explanation. So I'm gonna read the whole thing, but it's really just the first two, three lines. Mother and Father Trinities united as one divinity, embodying 33 degrees, realizing a new decree. I have no enemy. Life is serenity, abundant beauty, a new earth to see. You, me, and we, Gaia's family tree, all for one, one for all. Time to play ball. The Trinity, the Father and the Mother's Trinity, who they are. Every ancient account that I look at, you got the Father, you got the reincarnation of the Father, the Son. Son's growing up. First time he takes a swing at something, he misses. Second time he takes a swing, well, he learned his lesson. He got some wisdom under his belt. So he knows what he's doing. He's not just swinging off on things anymore. He's going in with strategy, can formulate what he wants to do. That's the king that is within every single person, and that king can only be realized when you accept your feminine attributes and your masculine attributes. I'm not saying you need to change your clothing. I'm not saying to change your identity or anything of the sort, but there are some certain aspects in life that are a fucking advantage. And a lot of people say, oh, that's all girly. That's what a girl would do. I don't give a shit. If that shit is an advantage, I'm going to use it. If I have an aspect in me that's like that, well, then you know what? That exists. And if I need to use it, I'm going to embody it. Holy hoop. No matter what it is or how it is. I like using advantages in life, and I think people are really smart at coming up with a lot of different advantages in life. So I'm going to use every single advantage I can because I know this whole world since I've been born has literally been trying to kill me in every sort of fucking form. Food, air, pollution, I don't care how you want to cut it. The only reason why I survived is because there's some angels amongst humanity. Somehow they found me in life and brought me some good gifts and kept me kicking in the worst times of my life. And so now that I'm doing more than kicking, I'm walking, I'm striding, I'm flying, I'm soaring, I'm going to do the same for you. I'm going to keep doing that for you till you get off the ground, till you start running, till you can take care of this stuff yourself, till you can tap in and feel this way every single day on your own. You don't need me no more. You're me, and you're the new person. You're the new idea. You're the new energy being embodied. You're what people are connecting to. Because then I will be surrounded by a family who's going to run, fly, soar, and change this world like they know they can. Three, 333. Why not? So much good meaning to all of those numbers. Also helps you find that, helps you navigate that tree of life, the chakra centers, the energy centers. There's three primary sections. On the Egyptian, on the Kemetic Oracle side of things, 0 and 10 are like on and off switches. And 1 through 9 are the mechanics that we work with. And generally speaking, we'll go through an event in life. There are certain things that we do and we'll work. 10 is the event. 9 says, I want to learn my lesson and get better on this. And we do certain things at different levels that allow us to progress to the point of 0, to the point where we can turn it off. And that's what usually winds up happening. I'll give you one legitimate portion of this process. You experience this process. Everybody experiences this process. And so essentially one of them is, I believe it's in sphere 8, that you will become aware when you're working with Anpu, Anubis, when you're working with that energy, that resonance. You become aware of what you want to say. You've had moments in your life, and you know what you want to say. You've been thinking about it for days, if not longer, and not a darn word. You can't find a word to explain it. You're completely empty. Every single word is lost. You have nothing to talk about it. But when you actually work through Sphere 8, through Anpu, and you move on to Hetheru, the Divine Nurse, then she allows you to be able to know which words to use. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you're like, whoa, where'd that come from? Because you actually progressed on the tree of life, on that path of energy, of chakra energy, of real world life, of processing that energy through a filtration process, essentially cleansing that energy to where it's pure and you could use it at will. And until we work all the way to zero to be able to stop that process, when something gets turned on, when an activity happens, then it can happen at any time in our life. And then we go through another situation. And that could happen at any time. And then this one and this one and this one and this one and that one. And we have all these fucking situations that just fucking pop up out of nowhere, and they pull us this way and they pull us that way, they pull us this way. And that's not what we wanted. If we were logically aware, we didn't sign up for that. A big portion in this process, most people with the heart of love, most people with a healer's heart can process all the way down to Sphere 2. And that's where wisdom kicks in. Ooh, Tahuti. Tahuti comes in, he tells you what you need to do at this point. One thing that they do not talk about in Western society, or pretty much most of the world, is that if you truly want to move on, whoever caused you the problem, whoever caused you the issue that you're working through, that you've worked through, you got to the point where you're done with all that, it's time to get them a gift, a real gift, not out of sarcasm, not out of spite, but to get them a real gift. Some circumstances are not going to allow physical contact. Just some people, you know what? I'm never going to go talk to them. I ain't calling them. I ain't going to email them. I ain't going to go fucking knock on their door. Hell no. But I will send a blessing. I'll send an energetical true blessing. I will send energy from myself. I will feel weak afterwards. I will send energy from myself that they can have a legitimate blessing in their life. In one form or another, I'm going to give them a blessing. I'm going to send something good their way. In doing that, the whole time I was formulating and delivering and all of that, I was saying I'm done. I hold no more grudge against you. I learned my lesson. I accept what I went through, whatever it is. I'm leaving it where it is. But I'm not just going to leave it empty. I'm going to give a blessing of goodness. And in that, I'm done. And I'm never going back. I'm completely done. I'm washing my hands. When that blessing is given to the person who offended, the spirits see that we're not haughty, we're not vengeful, we are not in possession of any deadly, erroneous way of life. And when the spirits, when the divine sees that, they open the door for us to move forward. That's something I learned for myself. I applied it to myself. I learned the system. My life got better. I felt better. I found the peace, and then I shared it with a community that I was living within. It was 4 streets that made up the community. And I shared it with everybody freely. I took donations for coffee. I served coffee, and I did tarot readings, oracle readings for free. And I shared that very specific formula with people, and people's lives got better. And then I went to this area, and I was a part of this group, and I applied it to that group, and it worked. And I got to another area, a larger area, and I applied it to them, and it worked. And it's truly being able to navigate our own selves, our own lives, our own bodies, our own cycles, to be able to find some type of stability, to become that Jed, that pillar of stability. That's what you can be. Not just for other people, but for your soul, to be able to guide your body into the correct direction. Not necessarily where man is sending you, but where your soul wants to go, the reason why you came to this earth and what you want to pursue. These things. These things open up a very full life. Whoa, all day J05. Dude, all day, that's pretty cool. I see 333 every day. I had to tattoo the number on my arm. And there's just like some things, man, they're just drawn to them. Some things, they have so many meanings and so many reasons, connections. And I find that when, as a person individually, if somebody else has something or is connected to something that like for instance, this bat right here, or is it right there? The bat, the skeleton bat, right there at the top, right there. I got him at the store, and it was the last two, and the dude at the clerk at the store, he had one at the checkout station, and I was with a lady, and he only had one of them, and we each wanted one, like one for each of us, kind of memory thing, and friends and stuff. So we went back, and they only had one more in the store. So like that was pretty special. It's like, whoa, that's pretty cool. So I've seen that bat on other cars, on their antenna, or like on the back of their car, the front of the truck, or whatever the case, and I feel an instant connection. I don't need to know. I don't need to know exactly why we got the same thing, but I know that there is some energy in me and some energy in whoever the fuck they are. I didn't even see their face. It resonates. There's something that resonates. There's some connection. And I appreciate seeing those connections. I consider those living day omens. Those are real. Those are messages. Those are synchronicities. Those are the direction that I want to walk in. Those are where I want to move towards. Love synchronicities. Because when you can accept those synchronicities, when you can actually believe those omens that are actually occurring, and be able to keep your mind, not be lost in life, be able to live your everyday lives, play your games, go to work, do what you're doing. But when you can see these oddities pop up in life and you can accept that they're a message from the other side, they're a message from somebody else, they're a message of some goodness. And in that reality, in that connection, I'm reminded that I'm not alone. And that fact alone, that's powerful. That's a powerful reality. When I have felt alone in my life, worst moments ever. And don't get me mistaken, I have been alone. I've been alone physically. I've been alone in a regular rooms full of people, and I feel all by myself. Why do I feel by myself in a room full of people? Because they are telepathically connected on the same vibrational wavelength, and I got nothing the fuck to do with it. I ain't interested in it. I don't want to play with it. I don't want to fucking poke it. I don't like it. But I was forced to be there because I was a kid and that was just a situation. You know what? I'm not a child anymore. I'm not forced to be anywhere. I can, if I'm comfortable here, I could stay here. If I'd like to go for a walk, I could go for a walk. If I want to go to the store, I could go to the store. I'm free to do whatever I want. Because the only mom and dad I listen to, they talk to my heart 24/7. And I know how to treat my fellow human. I know what is good and what is bad. And if somebody wants to misinterpret my actions, that's fine. You go right on ahead. I know exactly what my life is. You could be confused all day long. Shoot, spin me in a circle, flip me upside down, throw 6 different religions at me, and I'm still going to be who I am. And I would have picked up a couple blessings, tips, and tricks along the way, too. Yeah. What everybody else is looking at and focused upon, I've learned, you know what? Enough people are watching that. I don't need to watch that. Telepathically, awarefully, humanly, somebody's watching that angle of life. Let them do their thing. I'll look where nobody else is looking. That's how I'm going to find my path through. That's how I'm going to see the omens. That's how I'm going to connect with my ancestors, with the divinity of what truly is in every single buddy. You know, it's interesting because children truly are the future. Our children create our future. They learn from what they see and they make a better decision. It might not be the best decision. Hey, we were there, weren't we? We don't always make the best decision, but we try to make a better decision once we get a notion or two about life. And so, in that very way, in that very context, I consider what I share, I consider how, in every single aspect, because that's what people are going to be able to utilize to formulate a strategy to overcome some obstacle in their life. Was it emotional? Was it mental? Was it verbal? Did you have a whole motherfucking group trying to convince you that what you experienced, saw, and heard was not real? Correct, because the whole group, they were plotting against you the whole fucking time. And when you're so picked up on the goddamn plot and you spoke up, oh, everybody had to say, not me, not me, not us. What the fuck are you talking about? No. People, humans, they got a 100% grade at A plus 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 on lying. Out of everything else they could have learned in life, they learned how to be expert liars. And as I spent enough time in my own dark shadows and my own pain in that existence of looking at all the good I did and how much I was shit on for doing good, and on and on and on and on. Shit, I didn't even fight for myself, and the fucker just kept swinging on me. Whatever they needed to do so they could move on with their life, I don't know. But after experiencing enough of that myself for enough years, shisha, I know it exists inside of every single person alive. Just because they ain't looked at it don't mean it way that every single person is divine within who they are. They might not see it, but I know it's there. I want to bring out the good. And a lot of times, in order to bring out the good, people got to look at the bad that they already been a part of. I'm not saying that you're done, even if you done it. That was the environment you were stuck in. That was the resources you had. That was what everybody said to do. That was the options. If I go to football, I'm not expecting to have a baseball bat on the playing field. That's good. Can you imagine? We're going to play football with baseball bats. Yeah, we don't tackle each other. We just smack them down. Oh, that's going to change the whole goddamn dynamic. No, that's not what we doing here. Our rules are our rules. That's our strategies. There's enough people that want to distract you, not because they're choosing to, but that's what they've learned to do. That's why I don't care to follow the bandwagon. That's the bus everybody's on and singing on and going on. I saw the driver. I talked to him. I used to know him, and I'm looking at him right now, and he's looking to the left and up. He ain't looking ahead. For the past 5 minutes, he's been looking, driving like this. I'm not getting on that bus. Just because everybody's on it, fuck that shit. No. People really don't know where they're going in life. Because if they did, they'd stop asking questions like, where's Jesus? You're a king. You're divine. You live. It's literally been scientifically proven. I'm not getting all into it, but you can produce your own cannabis and your own DMT. You literally, through meditation and the correct techniques, you can produce enough to have a significant trip and high without any external fucking elements. Holy crikey. Your body is a quantum time traveling magician. That's what you were born as. The whole world had to convince you that you're not that. But I see that within you. Because that was within me. I was a Jehovah's Witness. I was 12 years old or so. One of my best friends, where everybody's watching a baseball game, whole religious gathering, everything's cool. And me and the other dude, we fucking go out the front door and we start swinging off on each other. Swinging off, fighting, rolling over. Oh, all right, I ain't always been too chill. I've not always been slow to react. This takes work. This takes effort. This takes determination. Strategy is much more effective than brute force. I tell you what. You can soar past your obstacles in life. You can soar past the distractions that would subvert you into another direction. You want to create something cool? You want to design something that nobody else has had or seen? You get to know thyself in every aspect, in every way. What you like, surround yourself by it. Is somebody going to make fun of it? That's not a friend. They were never a friend. They were nice because it fit the mold of what they told works. If it didn't fit the mold of what works for them, then they cast it out. They shunned it. They beat it. They bullied it until it either went away, died, or joined and wore exactly what they were doing. That's, to me, that's called submission. Fuck submitting. Fuck submitting. My Our relatives in the past, they were forced to submit. I read words that literally would, I'd be horrible on the math. Within 300 years ago, they were motherfucking outlawed, and if you were caught saying those words, you would be killed. And people were. I choose to read those words. My brothers and my sisters, they have been done wrong for the love that they have and the good they were spreading. And I stand for that every day of my life. That is what my life is about. Because people have forgotten those things. People, I encourage you to look into the Trail of Tears. Trail of Tears. If you don't know anything about the Trail of Tears, Google Trail of Tears. Type that in your Google search and go look into it. Our history, our ancestors, it's our family. And we can choose to do things different. We can pick up the ball where it got dropped. We can make a difference now. One thing I will never wear on me is a fucking group of numbers. If I gotta wear numbers to fit in whatever you're doing, fuck you. I remember to my goddamn soul, to my gut, having fucking numbers tattooed up my arm against my will. I did not want no tattoo in my skin. I did not want no ink penetrate. I did not want those numbers. I do not want to wear your numbers. I am life, and so are you. We are more than some digit. We are more than some artificial intelligence. You are intelligently aware and alive. That is more than any man can design. They're busy chasing the sky and they ignore the gift of gold they have in front of them. They rather put their riches in a metal rather than in a person. Whew. How much people spend to safeguard gold, but how much they let people suffer and die from starvation and homelessness. That's the type of mentality that has been spread all the way through all the schools, through all the structures, through all the mediums. That's the blueprint that we've been living with. We've been copying it. Why? Because they said this is the way that works. If you follow that, it'll work out best for you. So we all tried that shit. And you know what? How many people got fucking problems? Problems they can't fix. From a failed way of working with people, putting value on immaterial things over the living person, over the living entity, over the living life. When we cherish our planet will reward us. That was the idea of the land of milk and honey. Because if you just let the bees keep their nest and they keep making all that honey, it's just gonna fucking flow out the top. Just put a bucket underneath. It's gonna fucking flow. If you don't tax it so much, if you don't keep taking from it so much. And that's why for myself, I do my best to live on those, to not seek too much on the material platform, to be satisfied with what I do have. Because I know there's no changing the world as it is. Not, you can't just remove things out of the house, change things, ways of living. It's just a renaissance, a process of transformation. That kind of stuff can happen. But anything's too fast. That'd just be destructive. And I think we are wise enough to avoid destruction, unnecessary destruction. Some places, yeah, you gotta take that building down. And I think it's amazing when I watch the videos, the playbacks of buildings being demolished, and they all fall right in their space, and talk to interviews, and people have been doing this their whole life, and that's what they know. They know how to put the dynamite or the explosives in the right places at the right times. Full art to it. Pretty special stuff. We got demolition experts who can avoid the calamity that normally would come along with it. Take care for a second, bro. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the hate, and I accept it all. There's a invocation I go over regularly, and at the moment I feel inclined to speak it, to read it. But there's one portion in particular that repeats several times. Let's see if I can pull it off the top of my head in the middle of it. It said, love, hate, life, death, light and dark return to me. Love, hate, life, death, light, and dark return to me. I speak these words. I've spoken this invocation, this magical formula that connected me with the Divine Mother, with Alset, with Kitamet Tonket, the water of life, and she brought peace into my life. And that's where I could really accept it all, because I saw that attention was a transfer of energy. Attention was connection. And I learned how to feed from all sources that give to me. I don't take that which doesn't belong to me, but what somebody gives, I'm gonna receive that energy. I'm gonna add my energy with it, all the other energy in the atmosphere, and I'm gonna emit a blessing to all of humanity. That's where that energy is gonna go. You have the ability to transmute emotions. Emotions are that energy. It is the reception, the receiving of that energy. To acknowledge that and to accept it gives you control of that energy. It's now yours. They gave it away. There's there's no gimme backs. Like, not in that. There's return to sender. It's mine now. And one thing I know how to do is transmute negative energy into light, into good, into blessing. Some takes a little bit longer. Some I can do pretty quick. But transmutation is a powerful thing. That's what allows us to have free will. is to recognize and to actually embody that ability, because now I am choosing what I want to feel. I'm choosing what I want to embody. I'm choosing what I do. I have free will, and I become and do. If I do not have free will, then I'm stuck to a programmed response. So this happens, and then I respond this way, and then they respond that way, and then I respond this way. And that's the only way forward. That is not free will. That is subjugation, submission, that's ignorance. You don't have options. You don't know any better. You haven't been enlightened. You've only been picked on your whole damn life. That's what that's a sign of. And why would I want to add insult to injury? My tongue is a fucking sword. And I'd rather not draw that blade if I don't have to, because it fucking hurts. I know how much it hurts. I can survive that. I'm actually comfortable in that energy. I can wallow in that. I could swim in that. Shit, I could be sustained in that. But other people, I've seen them. They lose their mind. They run from it. They can't deal with it. Too anxiety, problems, dreams, nightmares, all sorts of fucking shit popping up for them. I learned how to get nice and comfortable in that dark space. Shit, I got a second home down there. Okay, a third home. First home in heaven for the soul, second home in earth for the body, and third at that low vibration, Three thrones, Trinity. The Trinity Mother and the Trinity Father, the ability to be aware on those bases and all of those states at all times of one's life is going to allow you to navigate your future. You can't navigate your future if you can't see what's happening to you now, and if you're only looking at it from one perspective, you lose. I don't care how you think you won or what you're going to show me how you won or what you're going to say you got to win. You lost. Because you're just as lost as the people you're copying. I've seen where their ending goes. That's why I didn't follow them. That's why you shouldn't even follow me. You should follow your heart. Your heart. Your heart matters. Not the heart that wants me, not the copied negative vibration. Your heart, who you were as a child before wrong was done to you, when you still had some innocence. I've known people and the first memory they had was catastrophic, and every other memory's been pretty damn catastrophic. So all they want to literally do is create catastrophe in front of them. I don't understand how you'd want to get destroyed, know how that feels, and then do that to somebody else. What the fuck is wrong with you? You haven't been loved. Nobody fucking hugged you. What's wrong with you? You didn't get the fucking love. You didn't get the love. And if you didn't get the love, how am I going to help you by making fun of you or anything else? Nobody wins. That's a lose-lose situation. Even if I look better, fuck that. It's a lose-lose. I like win-wins. I want to help people get better. I want to help them think of themselves better. I want you to know you can do better. You don't have to put anybody down to do better. You can achieve that all on your own. I've often referred to myself and others in a very positive light as stepping stones, because a stone contains memory. It has a vibration within it, measured under a scope, proper lens and mechanics and all that. We're going to have a vibration from this stone pop up as memory. So if somebody is stepping upon me, then they're accessing that memory. They're getting that information. They're hanging out with me for a while. They're checking it out. I'm not saying the stepping is a bad thing, but it's just a part of life. If we're going to get from one side of the river to the other side without falling in, there's a stone step to take from one to the next. That's how we get across. And each one became a jed, a stable pillar of memory And that's what allowed somebody to walk and get that memory and take another step and get that memory and take another step and get that memory. And that's how we progress as humanity. That's how we help each other move forward. Not in a negative way, but in a positive way. We all move forward together. If one, in the current kind of mindset of things, if one person gets ahead, then they create and everybody has to become. I heard the other day that Walt Disney told us, one of the musketeers back in the day, that being a musketeer would be the greatest thing they ever did in their life. And at least on the video, it said that's how they felt. Fuck having some goddamn additional title on the name of some corporation, person, or group. Your life is the greatest thing you will do. To live your heart, to say your truth, to say what you like, to be who you are, to let somebody go, I don't like you. Oh, I do like you. Huh, I'm gonna hang around and see if I do like you. I don't know, you seem kind of different. You can't know that if you're too busy doing what somebody else is doing, wearing their goddamn name or colors or walking their walk, talking their talk. The only way you're going to do that is by being you. Living one vibrational energy that's your joy, that's your happiness. It's not being subject to the will of others, but allowing yourself to be seen as a divine king within. Being able to make one's own free will choice at any moment. No, I don't like that emotion. I'm not going to attach to that event. Oh, you care about it. That's your possession. That's your thing. That's your issue. I didn't sign up for that. I didn't sign a piece of paper saying I agree to that. I didn't say I support your idea. I didn't give you money to fucking support it. What the fuck do you think I owe anything to fucking get mixed up in that? I don't. I could care less what you think. Because I've already moved on while whatever else is feeling whatever else. I'm not going to attach to those things. That's the only way to stay flying forward. Back in my earlier days, how did I put it to this gentleman? He was Indian, India, Hindu, Indian, and he had some knowledge of someone who went to the temples. So I was like, like they going, you know more about the system than I do. I'm learning from you, and maybe you could answer something I got a question about. And God, I can't even remember how I used to say it because it used to be an old concept. I got past the concept. But I asked him, I was like, how, no matter what, do I just keep moving? No matter what, if something's pulling me off this way, it doesn't work. I just keep going this way. Like no matter what my obstacle was, I would overcome it in one form or another. And nothing was able to pull me up and keep me distracted. And I was like, how and why? And he essentially said, well, if you were like an arrow being shot from the divine themselves, then there's so much momentum, there's so much energy behind, there's so much force that it doesn't matter what comes into my path, it's not going to pull me off my course. I was shot from divine energy and I'm going to hit my mark. Wherever that mark winds up being ultimately. And I don't see life as a loss. Even the failures, even when I have lost physical or family or whatever the case, I don't see loss as true loss. It's a gain. It's a lesson. It's an advantage. It's something to learn from. It's something to experience. Did you just experience one thing for your whole life and that was it? You never went outside of that experience, that group of experiences, stayed in that shell? Some people are okay with that. I like to explore. I'm an explorer. I grew up with Indiana Jones and other sorts, and I want to go explore, see what's going on in the world. Other people, they scared. Ooh, shit! Show me some shit. Let's get real. And that's where I've been able to pick up some real insight from people, where it didn't matter what the religion was, it didn't matter what the culture was. They were connected to something real, and that something was divine and is divine. Shoot, they learned how to make a connection I didn't know about before, and so being a it's being shared with me. So of course I'm going to use that advantage. Of course I'm going to use that ability in life. And I have found that a lot of this world is going to use different things to cause division. I don't agree with that, so I don't learn anything about it. That's the whole thing. So if you don't learn anything about it, then there's no advantage. If you don't ever read the art of war, you'll never have any advantage that it offers. And it offers a lot. You should read that one. If you haven't. Uh, if you're still here and you're for real, Carlos, then drop a comment that you're still here, and I'll let you know how you can contact me. I don't mind being attacked. I don't mind insults. I don't, that ain't nothing new to my life. But I do like blessing people. Like, what? There's something I learned about a long time ago. To all the healers out there, Okay. You see yourself as a child of God, a light worker, an ET, an ambassador. I don't care what word you want to give, the star seed connection, whatever. Me and my ET brothers, like legit. Alright? So when you're one of these, is was kind of recorded, don't touch my children, bro. I found when I started walking with the divine, when I started deciding to live my life according to divine direction and not by my own ideas, not by what the world was giving me, but by divine intuitional connection. He said to my heart without words, let them mock you. And the reason why is because I'm their child. As the scripture says, go ahead and touch the eye of God. Try to touch the eye. You ever have somebody try to touch your eye? How fast you gonna fucking hit back, strike back, move back? Fucking you ain't touching my eyeball. What the you fucking nuts? And you think mama or papa gonna not notice that their little one getting poked at? They're going to feel it just the same as if it was them themselves. It's going to allow them to connect with somebody who never became spiritual religious, whom has avoided karma and all types of divine justice. It puts them in connection because the medium, the receptor, the individual in the 3D world found a soul, an angel, a spirit that was able to hide. Remember, God went looking for Adam and Eve, and like, where are you, Adam? Where are y'all? God couldn't find the fucking spirit, man. He couldn't find the shit. Souls hiding out in bodies explains a lot about lies and posers in the world being so prevalent. And I don't need proof. I don't need follow-up. I've had that proof and that follow-up shoved in my face, and I didn't want to know it. I had it shoved in my mind. I didn't want to know it. So as a healer, as a light worker, if you do nothing back when somebody strikes out at you, they got to deal with source. You're out. You're out of the picture. That shit's going on. I'm staying the fuck out of it. I know what it's like to get my motherfucking lessons from the divine themselves. I know what that's like. I'm good. I stay away. I don't want to watch. I don't want to record it. I really don't want to see it. I don't give a shit to know about it. I already know it's going to happen. But one thing I have been taught to do, one thing I have learned how to do is find a potential brother, find a potential sister, find somebody who seems like their family. And then I'm going to defend them. I'm going to go to bat for them. I'll speak any spell I need to speak. I'll connect any energy I need to connect. What you want me to do, spirit? Let's get this shit taken care of. I got plenty on board ready to move. Some people really empty. They just poking. They really don't want nothing. So I don't give nothing back on those ones. Because I'm familiar with that kind of person. That spirit. That energy. It's nothing new. People want to be something new. They want to be something that's never been before. And most people just find to be relevant. Relevant. If it's relevant, then they're constantly being viewed. The fuck use is being viewed if you're not doing any good with your life, if you're not doing it to help? And back in my day, man, Mr. Rogers, LeVar Burton, there were some shows, there were some real, like, freaking heroes in the world doing some good shit amidst a bunch of chaos. Helping people like myself when I was young learn. That's what you could be too. I say you could transform, could become, if you wanted to. You don't have to. Whatever it is your heart drives you to be or become, may you do it that much more fully. And I encourage that, whether the person be for good or for bad. And the reason why is because then at least we can see each other for who each other is. I appreciate people giving me insults. At least I know who don't like me. Clear enough. Good to know. The problem is when people come in with sweet words, doing all good, and then out of nowhere, they doing all these attacks. Bro, what the fuck happened? I had somebody hitting me from the very beginning, and they slide in. Yo, at least wear a fucking uniform so I can see which team you're on. You know what I'm saying? I got my uniform on. You can see which team I'm on. Shit. For those who have eyes to see, that is. Can't expect what people don't have. Expectations can really ruin a lot of things. And so in all of my goals and all of my dreams and all of my plans and all of my strivings and workings and all in little to big, I have an open ending for every single thing. I have a blank white page open ending, because however it comes out to be, that's what I'm going to go ahead and accept, that the Spirit was able to work and manifest into my life. I'm not going to get lost and diluted in something that, oh, it should have been exactly like that. It wasn't that color. Oh, I did. Come on now. One thing I found I don't do, I'm not into, and I run from, is complaining. Fucking complaining. Figure out something smarter. Overcome that shit. Do something different. That's what I do. I just apply it to myself. If it's something I got words worth saying and it's got action worth doing. And thank God and all goodness and existence and every human and creation itself for the good old coffee bean. From a young age, I've always been in my own little world. I used to have this green blankie, and we call it the Kingdom Hall back then. That's what they call it, anyways, but church for the average person. And so we go, and I had this green blanket. My mom had got me, and I pull it up over my head, and I remember I just be in my own little world doing my own little thing. And then when I was getting into the Jewish understanding and system of things, I learned that importance of that head shawl and how that came into the prayer, and like being able to like pray without anybody seeing, so I could be in public and like be like, and I was like, bro, without even fucking knowing, without even being in that grouping, I was already doing it from a young age. I was creating my own world of what I wanted. I was entertaining myself. I was connecting to spirit. My, as a young kid, meditatively, we are active. And so that's something I've striven to seek back and remember and pull back to me in this day and time and be aware of. All the way up to my to the tapestries I have above me and all on the walls around me. In the moment, I kind of see I do the same thing growing up, just a little bit more. I got designs on it. It ain't just a solid color no more. It's got designs. It's got embodiment. It's got language. It's got so much more. So much understanding all around me. And I choose to be in this environment because I want to pray 24/7. I got to a certain point in my spirituality, and it was rather early in my activation and path. It started specifically October 30. Technically, on a technical, it started November 1st, the morning I woke up, November 1st, 2012. And that night, October 31st, I was going to bed, and I felt divine presence in me. I considered it an angel, and I knew they were there to kill something inside of me. And I was like, shit, y'all can do whatever y'all gonna do. I'm tired. And I was. It was the end of the day, and I was living out of my car. And I put my head back, and I went to bed. And I woke up, and I had music playing in my head. I did not do no substances, nothing like that, man. If I had some weed, I just had some weed. It was stuff I was smoking each every day. It was I have music playing in my head. I was on a new connection, and at that point, very within the short amount of that time, prayer no longer started and ended. It was communication that never stopped. I'm always connected. They can hear my thoughts 24/7. They can hear my words 24/7. It's always heard. I leave the connection open. I pray all day. I communicate all day. And I receive back when I see the omens and when things have some interesting synchronicity. People would say, that's weird. I see alignment. I see answer back. I see connection. I see keep moving forward. This is the path. Can anybody confirm this? Can any? No. I'm practically on a tightrope, and nobody from their vantage can even see the rope that I'm on. They think I'm walking on thin air, like I'm just no, it's much more complicated than all that. But I don't have time to think about all of that when I'm walking through on that tightrope and I'm doing what I'm doing. I gotta focus at hand at the elements, at the conditions, and all of that. And that's how I'm going to be able to keep my true north each and every single day, no matter what comes up, or who comes up, or what's said, or anything else for that matter. Because our world is spinning in several directions. Our world like spins, and then this one, and it's like this one, and anyways, there's a bunch of different spins. You can look into it, and that's where we can become the Jed, the stable pillar. The eye of the storm, the calm, the safe haven for each other. That's where we find peace is in each other. The correct people when we find them. And for me, they're easy to identify. And it is extremely obvious when somebody has been acting like a poser and leading me on with lies, because I can see the truth, the tongue. It speaks what the heart thinks. Don't forget that. Don't forget that's real. People will spend money. They will buy gifts. They'll make up story after story after story and back it up with fake fucking events to cover up what they fucking said was real. No, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't know. Sure about that. Because actually, a few things that I actually caught that were inconsistent with your behavior actually make a lot of sense now. And if I ask you if you were really doing that, you're going to lie to me because you weren't telling me the truth in the first place. So if you can get away with a lie, you're going to fucking lie, which means you're going to lie. And it doesn't matter what I say. I'm not saying that we don't feel upset when we get upset. I'm not saying that we don't feel our emotions. Our emotions are important. They are energy in motion. It's important that we feel these. It's the expression of them. The expression doesn't have to be aimed at a person. The energy can be formulated into something positive. The action can be something positive. It doesn't have to be destructive. We don't have to copy what happened to us. We can create a different outcome. That's where we are divine. That's where we have free will. It's because we can change the cycle. We have the ability to shift the cycle to something different. We can do that. Natural elements, they're stuck in what they're affected by and what elements are created them to be as they are. That's how we create our world. That's how we actually free each other. The only way I can ever imagine my actual dad ever caring or finding a way to be like, whoa, my son means more to me than that religion's standards did, was for the rest of the world to morph, to advance, because then he'd be the odd person out. He'd be the few person that's truly on a that kind of a level. And by the bandwagon effect, well, heck, since it's something good now, well, he does follow the bandwagon. That's that kind of mentality. That's that kind of individual. What everybody else is doing, where they fit in, that's what they're going to do. If they have risk of getting kicked out of that group, they're not going to mess with it. And that group limits their freedom, their free will, so they don't actually have free will. So my dad is not actually acting freely, so I can't actually blame him for his actions. It's the goddamn group he's following. And it's not isolated with one group. There's no reason why I should be upset with one group. It's the whole goddamn world. It's how the whole fucking world operates. So then I do something different with my life. I create a different outcome with my life. And I work towards that each and every day. And I thank you very much for being here and being a part of it and jamming with me and hanging out, sharing your thoughts as you hear them, being able to survive some thoughts as you hear them. And for those who don't like the comments, there is an option where you can click and it takes away the comments and you don't see the comments. So you can completely bypass the comments and the space, the view it's taken up with that and all. Add a little couple clicks of your button. It's like on, I know this isn't the TikTok app, but I found out recently, before I had a swipe every single video. But then I found out I was like, I touched the screen and I held it for a little bit and let go by accident, and it popped up the screen and it said auto scroll was one of the buttons, and I was like, oh, cool. And I hit the auto scroll, so now it just goes from one video to the next. I don't have to be there swiping every single one. I could keep the thing a little away from me, while I watch it. I don't have to be so close to it. So that was pretty interesting. Good advantages on all these digital devices for everybody to have what they would like to have. Uh, it's one thing I don't do. I don't do curses. I don't curse people. I don't send out negative stuff like that. Um, that's not my thing. If I back up divine law and order. So if somebody's doing something wrong in life, shit, all I need's a name. I'll put that name up on my altar. Shit's gonna start fucking happening. I got one place if they need that divine law and order issued, and I got another place for names where they'll get blessings. And it's as simple as that. I'm not interested in curses or stupid petty stuff. That's foolish. That's completely human. And we have an animal instinctive nature of ourselves that we can tap into if we choose to, if we allow ourselves to. We have a human nature. That human nature comes along with 7 deadly, erroneous ways of living. 7 particular habits. That if you have one of these traits, one of these habits, these ways of feeling, you're literally going to bring forth death in one form or another. And then we have the third form that we can take, and that's divine. And that's when we start looking and seeing the Creator within us, the ability to preserve that creation within us, the ability to transform rather than to destroy. And when we can get to that state of being, we're able to transcend those lower base things. And that's life right there. That's everything right there. For me, that's what I stay within. That's where I live. It's true. And I could explain it out. But plain and simple, your heart, it exists. It can exist and literally live in heaven while your body's on earth. And that's why we listen to what our heart speaks to us, because most of the time our heart will speak and we will be inclined to do something without words in our head, without our heart knows. And then we'll start populating thoughts in our brain that are contrary to what we felt in our heart. And we'll stop in the process of doing what we were doing. I have found that those thoughts that contradict what the heart feels are the opinions of the world around me, and that's why the instruction was given, be no part of the world. Because if you're part of the world, you're going to carry the trait of humanity, which is deadly, which is going to destroy your ability to see better, to do better, to create better, to have a life of true free will. Because you'll be stuck under the guise of somebody else's erroneous ways that are not going to lead to true liberation and to true freedom, to be able to pursue life and whatever goal you would like undeterred. Understanding that you don't have to destroy someone else in order to take a step up in life, but that we can each move together and we can help each other along the way without all the strife, without all the problems, without all the putting down. I believe that world's possible. That's the world that I see. That's the world I envision. That's as much as I can help that come forth with my very presence, my voice, anything and everything. That's what I do, and that's what I choose to do each and every day. There's some people who will choose to live. There's many people that will choose to watch. I have learned that it is a good balance of both. I'm going to live, and that living's going to get me so far. And now I gotta sit my butt down and I gotta watch for a little bit. And once I watched long enough and took enough notes, then I know what I'm working with. I know when to make my move, and I know how to get to the next portion of wherever my journey is leading me off to, because that's what my heart's pulling me towards. My heart says there's something more out there. I'm still looking. I'm still searching. Someone, something, I don't know. I'm still looking. All I know is there's a lot in this world we ain't discovered, and there's a lot in this world that people had discovered. They knew about it. They lived it. And we tap into it. That's why you'll read things from particular authors. You'll read particular books. And you'll connect with those events. You'll say, I lived that. I experienced that. That's family. And at a different point in time, and a different situation, that was you. That was an ancestor. It's family. Understanding that connection allows us to really accept what we are being shared with, what we're being told, and say, ooh, okay, I got something I can add to my life. Boom. That'll help me overcome that one. That'll help me keep my focus forward. Nobody's pulling me off my sight. I know how the world works now. I get it. I grew up my whole life, and there's so many things I did not know about. And in my spiritual journey, it seems like the Spirit sent me to particular people. And it's interesting how these particular people, they'll say a little piece of information practically out of context. But when I was growing up, I was told the first 75%. I never got the last 25%. Or I was told so much, but like 10% part of the story was left out. And I'd be talking to different people, older ones, younger ones, whatever the case, whoever it may be, wherever I may be, and they mention something, and I'm like, oh, they just handed me the other 25%, the other 10%, the other piece of the story. Now it all makes fucking sense. I just got the whole picture. And it's amazing how those little details that we lack, that we don't have, that we're not aware of, wind up leading us into erroneous situations over and over and over and over and over. It's important to know two things about the same thing. Never give up. Know when to give up. Never give up. Know when to give up. I got a long-term dream and goal I'm going to get to. I'm going to get there. And on my way, you know what? This path may not be so good. Okay, I'll give up. Maybe that way would be better. Let's go. Ooh, yeah, that's working. That's working. Oh, shit. Nope. I'm going to give up on that. We're going to go this way now. Whichever way I got to go, I'm going to bump my head into friction when I find a wall on my path. That's when I'm going to apply a little remedy. Let's see if we can make this work. Nope. All right. Let me try something else. Let me go in a different direction. Able to be fluid, yet stable in our direction. We're always moving forwards. Can't always go straight. Like my grandfather said, sometimes you got to take a U-turn. Got to go the whole opposite direction to get where you want to go. One city I lived in was just like that. Now it was weird. Even when I drove the streets, so weird. So I just got tired of trying, I gotta speed over to the fucking exit that I just about missed. Screw it, I'll go up to the next one. I'll take a U-turn up there. I was gonna have to take a U-turn anyways to get where I was going. Might as well just take the next one. Taught my ass how to be a little bit more patient. But all that patience, shoot, When I get to the open field, I'm going, I'm moving, flying. As soon as I know I can, when I have the room to do it. And that's how you know your environment. Sometimes you have to set the boundaries. Sometimes you have to recognize where the boundaries are, but never give up on your dreams. Never give up on your dreams. They're worth it. What you can bring into this life is worth it. Think about the comics, superheroes, stories, movies, everything in our world, somebody dreamed it up. I don't care if it's been taken over for good or bad or whatever the case. Somebody had to dream it up. Somebody had to create it. It's so great of a thing. Somebody else, they bought it, took it over. It doesn't, if they destroyed it, whatever. It came into the world. People were connected with it. It gave inspiration. It helped those who it needed to help. And I think that's a beautiful thing. I think that's something we can each do. And that's something, well, you already know me. I'm encouraging and that all the time. And super welcome. And that's a reality. And something I chose a long time ago. I made a pact with myself. And I said to all my spirits and all my friends and everything I connect with, I said, if fear is part of it, I don't want it. I cast fear out. No fear. I was told that God gonna protect me. The Divine Mother herself is looking over my life. Why should I have fear? Why should I walk with an unstable foot? If I can't do that, I might as well take a seat. Start paying attention and watching and learning my environment so I know what is the world, what I'm actually walking through, what people are actually presenting to me. Are they just trying to be my friend, or are they stumbling through life? Because if they just stumbling through life, I'm not up for stumbling through life. I knew one person, I said, what's up? They said, let's go. I said, how far you want to go? They said, I want to see where this goes. Shit. You want to see where this goes? We gonna sail to the goddamn stars and back, motherfucker. Let's go. All right, we got a journey we can live. We got some room I can work with. We ain't stuck with chains of thought, and chains of disbelief, chains of fear. Ooh, it's scary. The only fear is the pain within oneself that they have not realized nor accepted that they've experienced. Once one does their own shadow work and looks at their past, at every raw moment, and can accept that and live with it, and they can accept that they have dark, they have experienced dark and bad, and yet they are also good. They are light and they are love. And they have the ability to transmute energies and create whatever world they would like, rather than just be another domino falling because the previous one fell. I'm a living, intelligent being. I see things falling. I heard them falling before I saw them falling. I'm gonna get the fuck out the way. Everything else might have fell before me, but when it got to me, I moved out the fucking way, and guess what? Everything after me kept standing. Take that one metaphorically to the quantum bank, and you'll get yourself a Nobel Peace Prize. Thank you for being with us. Yesterday I was on here till 11, a little extra hour. But things didn't have a malfunction or anything. And so I'm going to move on with my day. I'm going to make myself some breakfast and get on with what I got going on and get to bed nice and early so I can wake up nice and spry tomorrow morning as usual. And until then, we'll be live again tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And until then, much love and many blessings. Dana de Gawai. Until we see you next time.